Good morning, colleagues. The 39th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. Before we proceed to consider the items on our agenda for this morning, it is my sad duty to pay tribute to the memory of His Excellency Samuel Rudolph Nsanali, President of the 48th session of the General Assembly, who passed away on 26 November 2023. On behalf of the General Assembly, I should like to convey our deepest condolences to the government and people of Guyana and to the bereaved family of Mr. Nsanali. I now invite representatives to stand and observe a minute of silence in tribute to the memory of His Excellency Samuel Rudolph Nsanali, former President of the General Assembly. Thank you very much. The General Assembly will consider Agenda Item 35, entitled Question of Palestine. Under this item, the Assembly has before it the report of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People, circulated in document A/78/35, and a note by the Secretary General circulated in document A/78/303. The President will now deliver a statement from the rostrum. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the question of Palestine has lingered on the General Assembly's agenda for 76 years. Over the decades, numerous resolutions have been adopted, instruments established, and international law invoked to end the vicious cycle of violence in the Middle East. Yet politics have again grown forth, and the loss of civilian life agonizingly rife, as unfortunately we all are witnessing in recent weeks. The horrifyingly lethal attacks by Hamas on 7th October has deepened the divisions, while Israel's response in placing Gaza under siege has only hastened the urgency to achieve a peaceful and just solution to the situation in the region for a secure and better future for the peoples of the region, in which Israelis and Palestinians live side by side in peace and security within internationally agreed borders. The longer the fear, distrust, appetite for revenge, hatred, and anxiety fester and deepen further, the more lethal the psychological chasm grows, and the darker the shadow it will cast over generations to come. One could be forgiven for asking, where does this end? Excellencies, it is time to acknowledge that the divisions we perpetuate in this hall are deeply connected to the hopelessness that millions will inevitably feel outside these walls. Should we continue to fail in finding common ground, to engage with each other respectfully and in good faith, and to gain traction towards better outcomes? Sustained security and stability in the Middle East cannot and will not be achieved without a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace. The only viable way to break the endless cycle of conflict, violence, and mutual pain and suffering is through a two-state solution in line with the relevant United Nations General Assembly resolutions. Just as the Assembly agreed in 1947 to collectively address this issue, it must now take seriously and uphold its responsibility to support the two sides to peacefully resolve this conflict. This means working much harder to build the consensus needed for peace. It means forging new avenues for direct dialogue between the parties, fostering respect for General Assembly resolutions, and supporting all efforts that build on previous agreements. We must therefore do our utmost to seek all viable outcomes for the sake of the many innocent civilians who have paid and currently are paying the ultimate price of our continued failure to unify. At all costs, we must do our part to avert any regional conflagration. Distinguished delegates, in this context, I welcome the opportunity of the temporary ceasefire that allowed for the release of hostages over the weekend and access to much-needed humanitarian aid to the people of Gaza and all affected areas. I share the deep relief this must bring to the affected and their families. This agreement offered a breakthrough for hope, but it is not nearly enough. I strongly call, yet again, for the humane treatment and immediate unconditional release of all hostages. I reiterate my call for a longer-term humanitarian ceasefire so food, water, and desperately needed medical aid can reach all those in need in the Gaza Strip and all affected areas. Humanitarian aid corridors must remain open and secure, and more assistance simply must be allowed to enter Gaza and all affected areas. I strongly condemn the indiscriminate damage caused to UNRWA schools that are now housing more than 1 million internally displaced persons. It is unthinkable that in the prosecution of this war, contrary to the rules of war, schools are no longer inviolable, nor are they used exclusively for their intended purpose, that is, education. Under international law, the protection of civilians is and must remain paramount. I therefore urge member states to provide sustainable and predictable support to UNRWA as it works to rebuild and valiantly address the biggest humanitarian crisis since its establishment. And I reiterate my solemn tribute to all brave UNRWA staff and other humanitarian workers who gave their lives trying to attenuate massive human suffering in the search for lasting peace. Excellencies, amid this carnage and extraordinary loss and sacrifice, we must find our way back to rebuild trust. Trust that the words of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that all human beings are born free and equal, that all deserve a life free from fear and want, and not written in vain. Trust that the UN Charter and international law, the pillars of our multilateral system and the foundation for our efforts to chart a more peaceful tomorrow, remain intact. Trust that parents and relatives on both sides of this conflict throughout the Middle East will be able to put their children to bed each night in safety. I repeat, in safety. Ralph Bunche, who received the Nobel Peace Prize in 1950 for his work as a UN mediator, had similar aspirations when he expressed his hope for morality in the relations among nations. I reiterate in his words that there be in our time, at long last, a world at peace in which we, the people, may for once begin to make full use of the great good that is in us, unquote. As President of the General Assembly, I remain at your service should any nation or leader desire my assistance in facilitating dialogue towards this end. I thank you. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ahmad Faisal Mohammed of Malaysia in his capacity as Vice Chair of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People to introduce the committee's report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, allow me first to thank esteemed delegations for their dedication to the question of Palestine and for their support on the 27th October General Assembly vote on humanitarian assistance to Gaza and the resounding General Assembly vote on UNRWA resolutions. The committee also welcomes the adoption of Security Council Resolution 2712/2023 concerning the Gaza Strip and demands all parties to comply with its implementation and their obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law, most notably with regard to the protection of civilians. It is an honor in my capacity as rapporteur of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People to present the annual report of the committee contained in document A/78/35. The report covers developments relating to the question of Palestine, as well as the work of the committee between 2nd September 2022 to 31st August 2023. The report is organized in 7 chapters. Chapters 1 and 2 contain the introduction to the report and a brief overview of the major political developments during the reporting period. The reference developments served as the context for the committee's evolving work program and activities during the reporting period. Chapters 3 and 4 outline the mandate entrusted to the committee by the General Assembly and contain information on the organization of the committee's work during the year. Chapter 5 features the work of the committee as well as the activities carried out on its behalf by the Division of Palestinian Rights around 4 major aspects of its mandate. 1, mobilization of the diplomatic community. 2, raising awareness on the question of Palestine. 3, cooperation with intergovernmental organizations, non-governmental organizations, and UN entities. And 4, capacity building. Chapter 6 reports on the activities of the Special Information Program of the Department of Global Communications on the question of Palestine. The last and final Chapter 7 of the report contains recommendations of the committee to this assembly and other relevant actors, which are based on the international consensus and the Secretary General's known position on the question of Palestine. Specifically, the committee calls on Israel to halt and reverse its ongoing annexation, home demolitions, settlement expansions, and the forced displacement of Palestinians, including women and children. The committee urges Israel to reverse punitive measures against the Palestinian Authority, cease the disproportionate use of lethal force, and protect Palestinian civilians, including from Israeli settlers, in line with its obligations under relevant UN resolutions and international humanitarian law. The committee calls on Israel to respect the status quo at the holy sites in Jerusalem, ensure peaceful religious practices, and lift the ongoing land, air, and sea blockade of Gaza. The committee deems unilateral decisions taken by member states to recognize Jerusalem as the capital of Israel as null and void, and urges member states to officially recognize the state of Palestine in order to promote the two-state solution. The committee will continue to encourage all supporters of the two-state solution to assist with the resumption of meaningful multilateral negotiations towards the achievement of a peaceful settlement on the basis of the long-standing international parameters for a just solution. The committee urges the General Assembly and the Security Council to ensure the implementation of the long-standing parameters for peace in accordance with relevant UN resolutions, and calls on the Secretary General to continue to leverage his good offices in support of a political horizon and the two-state solution. The committee urges regional organizations to take a politically active role to put an end to the Israeli occupation and to achieve a just and lasting resolution to the question of Palestine, such as the one offered by the Arab Peace Initiative. In a similar vein, the committee urges member states to review anti-terror legislation affecting Palestinian civil society organizations. The committee urges member states to support UNRWA with sustainable funding and calls on them to carefully review Israel's use of anti-terror legislation against Palestinian civil society organizations with a view to delegitimize and undermine their activities. The committee conveys its gratitude to the Division for Palestinian Rights of the Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs for its support for the committee's work. It requests the division to continue to provide substantive and secretariat support for all aspects of its mandate. The committee requests the continuation of the Special Information Program on the question of Palestine of the Department of Global Communications, which has made an important contribution to informing the media and the public. Excellencies, tomorrow we will observe the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people in the ECOSOC chamber from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. At 1 p.m., the committee will inaugurate the exhibition entitled Palestine, a Land with a People, in the visitors' lobby. We invite all member states to attend tomorrow's events and to submit messages of solidarity from their respective heads of state and governments. This year, in particular, the Solidarity Day observance, mandated by this body and in such tragic times when humanity is tested, presents an opportunity to renew our commitment to protect the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people and salvage the two-state solution. Thank you, Mr. President.
I should like to thank the Vice Chair of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People. Next on my list is the Permanent Observer of the State of Palestine.
Mr. President, at the outset, I wish to renew our gratitude to the United Nations Committee on the exercise of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people under the leadership of Senegal and Ambassador Sheikh Niang, and its bureau members, Cuba, Indonesia, Malaysia, Nicaragua, and Namibia, for remaining at the forefront of the international community's efforts address the plight of the Palestinian people to enable the realization of their inalienable rights, including to self-determination and freedom, and to bring an end to the grave and historic injustice they have borne for over 75 years since the start of the Nakba, an ongoing and searing Nakba that we have painfully witnessed in the dark days of these past weeks and across the decades. We are grateful to Ambassador Ahmad Faisal Mohammed, Vice Chair, for presenting the committee's annual report to the General Assembly, reflecting on the committee's many efforts over the past year and its appeals to the international community as we gather once again in this assembly to address the question of Palestine, to take stock of where we are today and where we are going, as the United Nations carries forth in its permanent responsibility towards the question of Palestine until it is justly resolved in all its aspects in accordance with international law and the relevant UN resolutions. Mr. President, the UN Charter starts with this line: we, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. I often repeat this line in many of my statements. Not a single Palestinian generation has been saved from the scourge of war. Every single one has witnessed and endured horrors in its flesh. An entire nation, over decades, has faced dispossession, displacement, denial of rights, destruction, and death. Maybe since the 1948 generation, this generation is the one that has suffered most painfully and traumatically. This is the deadliest period ever endured by Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, and they have witnessed many previous assaults. This is the largest forced displacement of Palestinians since the Nakba. This destruction is apocalyptic and the humanitarian crisis catastrophic. There are no laws, no morals, no principles in this world that can justify this abhorrent, inhumane reality. It is one that shakes humans' conscience and demands global action for justice. Mr. President, the massacres against our people in Gaza have mobilized peoples and nations all around the world, speaking out against injustice and calling for justice, calling for a ceasefire now in Gaza. I repeat, calling for a ceasefire now in Gaza, calling for an end to the Israeli occupation and oppression of the Palestinian people, calling for a free Palestine. The General Assembly was the first UN body to reflect this global outrage and to take a clear and unequivocal stance for calling for an immediate, durable, and sustained humanitarian truce leading to a cessation of hostilities. I must add, the Secretary General called for a humanitarian ceasefire now, and the President of the General Assembly a few minutes ago in his statement repeated the same idea. The Assembly convened in an emergency special session and took this courageous step over 1 month ago. 2/3 of the UN membership voted in favor of this resolution. Had it been implemented then, thousands of Palestinian lives would have been spared and families would not have endured such agony and anguish. In adopting this resolution, the General Assembly was guided by the imperatives of legality, morality, and humanity, and it proved also to be correct politically. It took the Security Council several more deadly and devastating weeks to finally act on a less ambitious resolution, but driven by several of the same humanitarian considerations addressed by the General Assembly. As the Assembly's resolution had foreseen, only a truce could allow sincere efforts to begin to address the humanitarian catastrophe being inflicted by Israel, the occupying power, in Gaza. Only a truce could lead to the release of people held in captivity and avoid further regional escalation. This truce must turn into a permanent ceasefire. The massacres of Palestinian children, women, and men cannot resume, should not resume. You should not allow it to resume. The human conscience cannot bear it. International law, including humanitarian and human rights law, prohibits it. International law, but also the norms of humanity, demand that we act to stop this war against innocent civilians and save human lives, that we act for humanitarian aid and access throughout the Gaza Strip, the return of those displaced without delay, the end of the siege and blockade, and that we act for accountability. Nothing can ever justify war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. Mr. President, as more and more images of the devastation in Gaza reaches the world, each one of us has a choice to make, either for protection of civilians or their slaughter, either for the rule of international law or indiscriminate vengeance, either for the prospect of peace or perpetual conflict. Virtually every nation represented here has decided, some sooner other than later, to join the right side of history. Now we need to stand united in putting an end to this madness and charting a way forward for a more just, peaceful, stable future. Mr. President, 15,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza, including more than 6,000 children and 4,000 women. More than 30,000 people have been wounded, with many suffering amputations and burns, enduring their injuries and pain without medical care and with nowhere safe to heal and recover. Over 1.8 million civilians in Gaza, or nearly 80% of the population, are estimated to be internally displaced. The majority of them refugees, displaced for the second, third, or fourth times in their lives. Of them, nearly 1.1 million are sheltering in 156 UNRWA facilities across Gaza, bearing indignities that no human should be forced to bear, and still not protected even under the UN flag. Even that is not respected by the occupying power, as it deliberately strikes at homes, schools, hospitals, and UN shelters with barbaric and punitive violence, intent on destroying the basis of human life in Gaza, intent on terrorizing and traumatizing everyone. The sheer magnitude of the killing and maiming, of the destruction and forced displacement, is testimony to how indiscriminate this war is, and goes to show that its primary targets and victims are actually the civilian population in the Gaza Strip. No conflict in recent memory has seen so many children killed at this pace, civilians killed at this pace, journalists killed at this pace, UN staff killed at this pace, humanitarian and medical personnel killed at this pace. This is a full-fledged war against Palestine and its people. This is reconfirmed by what we are witnessing in the West Bank, with over 230 Palestinians killed and thousands have been injured in the span of 7 weeks at the hands of Israeli occupation forces and settlers. Added to the more than 180 Palestinians killed prior to October, in total, among them, 107 children. This is the deadliest period virtually ever witnessed in the West Bank. Over 1,200 Palestinians have been displaced over the same 7 weeks period, added to the more than 1,000 forcibly displaced earlier this year, as Israel carries on non-stop with its illegal settlement, colonization, and annexation of our land. More than 3,000 Palestinian civilians, including children, have been arrested and detained by incessant military raids by the Israeli occupying forces across the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, in the same 7 weeks period, now bringing the number of prisoners to over 10,000 Palestinians held captive in Israeli jails, enduring inhumane conditions. The oppression and persecution, abuse and discrimination against our people continues unabated under this illegal Israeli colonial occupation and apartheid regime. It is the same logic at play everywhere. For the Israeli government, the priority is not security. It is the destruction of the Palestinian nation, of the very presence and existence of the Palestinian people on their land of Palestinian statehood. Even at the expense of security, through dispossession, displacement, denial of rights, and if all that is not enough, then through death, even their right to life is denied. You know how we know all this? Because Israeli leaders cannot get themselves to hide it anymore. They are telling you this every day, in every statement they make. In the words of one of them, Palestinians have three choices, and this one is a minister sitting in the cabinet of Prime Minister Netanyahu. The choices are surrender and subjugation, exodus, or death. Three choices: surrender and subjugation, exodus, or death. And we reject these things because we are proud people and we are determined to live in our national homeland. Mr. President, this catastrophe demonstrated two things: that there is no peace in the Middle East without a just and lasting solution to the question of Palestine, in accordance with international law and the relevant UN resolutions, and that Palestinian freedom, not further oppression and occupation, is the path to peace and security for all. Palestinian rights cannot continue to be subordinated, violated, or erased. They are inalienable, just like for all peoples. The right to self-determination, the right of our refugees to return, the right to life, the right to exist in dignity and peace and stability in our homeland, Palestine. Palestine cannot remain the exception to the rule of law and the enjoyment of human rights. All our efforts must be dedicated now to prevent further massacres and to ending the assault on the lives and existence of the Palestinian nation. But we must, in parallel, be preparing for an unprecedented, bold, and collective effort to end colonization and occupation and apartheid and to achieve peace. The two-state solution requires a strong, independent, and sovereign Palestinian state on the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. Those who favor such a solution must take action against the colonial occupation that prevents and kills such a prospect and must recognize the state of Palestine, provide it with membership at the UN, and help it actualize its sovereignty on the ground. You have to act now. We have to become like you, a full member in the United Nations, to begin the process of the actualization of the two-state solution after we end the occupation. It is your collective responsibility to allow us to accomplish that. We have stated before in this August Assembly, and must reiterate, Palestine is the answer. Justice in Palestine would mean that our international law-based order has triumphed over impunity and double standards. Justice in Palestine would mean that freedom, peaceful settlement, and coexistence have triumphed over oppression and discrimination. Justice in Palestine means we have upheld the principle that we are equals as human beings and as nations. Let us continue to work together to achieve that justice and to achieve the peace and security that the Palestinian and Israeli peoples, that our region and that the world needs. Help us to accomplish that. I thank you, Mr. President, and once again express my thanks to all members of the committee and to the Division for Palestinian Rights and to all states who continue to offer their principled support and solidarity to the Palestinian people in our ongoing journey to justly and peacefully resolve the Palestine question. And I thank you very much.
I should like to thank the observer of the Observer State of Palestine for his statement. Next on my list is Her Excellency Retno Lestari Priyansari Marsudi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia. You have the floor, ma'am.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. President, on 26 October, I had stood at this hall to attend the emergency special session where Indonesia co-sponsored the resolution on the Gaza crisis. I have flown back to New York City, back to this rostrum, because I care about justice, because I care about humanity and about Palestine. I cannot stand still to see thousands of deaths of innocent women and children. I cannot stand still to see homes, schools, and hospitals being flattened to rubble. Can you stand still seeing of this horrific situation? On November 11, the Joint Summit of Arab League's OIC issued a strong position on the importance of unhindered humanitarian assistance, permanent ceasefire, and two-state solution. Last week, together with a number of the OIC foreign ministers, I traveled to Beijing, Moscow, London, and Paris. Those countries are permanent members of the Security Councils. I urge them to do more for justice and humanity for Palestine. And I will continue this effort to reach and talk to as many countries as possible. Mr. President, can I ask, is what Israel doing consistent with the international law? Is it consistent with international humanitarian law? Let us be honest to ourselves in answering this question. And if we really want to defend justice and humanity, there are 4 issues we should work for. First, we need a permanent ceasefire. The first extended pause in hostilities is a welcome start to end these atrocities. But these uneasy pauses will not be enough. We need a ceasefire. Without it, it will be difficult to do the rest, to save lives, and for aid agencies to work in Gaza. Second, ensure unhindered humanitarian assistance. Massive humanitarian aid is needed in Gaza. we need to scale up humanitarian assistance. We must support UNRWA and other humanitarian agencies to help 1.7 million Palestinians forcibly displaced in Gaza. Indonesia is committed to scaling up assistance, including by deploying our floating hospital. Third, we must stand for justice. Even wars have rules and limits, and these are nowhere to be seen in Gaza. Attacks against hospitals, schools, places of worship, refugee camps should not be normalized. I repeat, should not be normalized. We must call a spade a spade. What has taken place in Gaza are clear violations of international humanitarian law, and failure to act may equal to complicity. We must also call out double standard in the application of international law, which seriously undermine the sanctity of the law itself. Indonesia therefore supports efforts to ensure accountability of Israel at various relevant forums, including the International Court of Justice. And fourth, restart the Palestine-Israel peace and political process. Mr. President, addressing the question of Palestine requires us to address the root causes, plain and simple. The occupation on the Palestinian land must end. There are no military solution to this conflict. Political solution is the only answer. We need a credible negotiation process that is transparent and equitable, with Palestine and Israel having equal standing as UN full members, leading to a two-state solution based on internationally agreed parameters. Mr. President, Indonesia calls on the global community to stand together with humanity. Only by uniting can we bring peace to Palestine and the region. Only by using our heart can we bring humanity and justice. I thank you very much.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Indonesia, and I now offer the floor to the distinguished representative of Oman, speaking on behalf of the Gulf Cooperation Council.
سعادة الرئيس
Mr. President, it is my honor to deliver this address on behalf of the GCC countries, which are the United Arab Emirates, the Kingdom of Bahrain, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the State of Qatar, the State of Kuwait, and my country, the Sultanate of Oman. This is in line with the GA's discussion of item 35 on the question of Palestine. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to His Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, and His Excellency, the President of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People, for the reports under consideration under the item discussed today. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, our member states call for the end of this indiscriminate attack launched by the Israeli occupation forces against Gaza, targeting civilians and civilian properties, including hospitals, schools, and UN sites. We reject calling this attack as a self-defense. Israel, is an occupying power in line with resolutions of international legitimacy and international law. The countries of the GCC commend Security Council Resolution 2712 issued on the 15th of November 2023, which calls for a mandatory ceasefire to safeguard especially children. We also support the General Assembly resolution issued on the 27th of October 2023, which provided for an immediate ceasefire and access of humanitarian assistance. The GCC countries call for an immediate implementation of these resolutions without precondition, and we categorically reject any attempt at forcibly displacing Palestinians from their territories. In line with the efforts aimed at de-escalation and protecting civilians, as well as ensuring the delivery of humanitarian assistance to our brotherly people in the Strip, we welcome the humanitarian truce reached thanks to the success of the joint mediation of the state of Qatar, as well as the Arab Republic of Egypt and the United States of America, between Israel and the national resistance movement Hamas. We commend this deal. It is of great importance. We also call upon all parties to abide by its terms. We hope that this humanitarian truce would lead to a continuous humanitarian truce that would put an end to the bloodshed and lead to serious talks for a just and comprehensive peace in line with resolutions of international legitimacy. Mr. President, honorable ladies and gentlemen, the countries of the GCC strongly condemn the continuous, heinous crimes committed by Israel against the people, including using the internationally banned weapons. We call upon the international community to hold Israel accountable to such inhumane attacks, which are a clear violation of the international humanitarian law. We reject and deplore any attempt at adding the Israeli settlements to the territories of Israel, which is a violation of relevant international resolutions, including Resolution 2334 of 2016 and the opinion of the ICJ. Also, we condemn the continued settlement building by Israel in the occupied Palestinian territories. We call upon the international community to redouble its effort to bring pressure to bear on the Israeli authorities to stop the building of settlements and hold Israel diplomatically, politically, economically accountable for such violations. We also condemn the continued incursions of the Holy Aqsa Mosque by Israeli settlers with the support and protection of the IDF. We believe that such incursions are dangerous violations of international law and the status quo in Jerusalem and its sanctity. It is a violation of the sanctity of Al-Aqsa Mosque. It's a provocation of the Muslims all over the world. We would also reiterate our rejection to all Israeli practices aimed at altering the historic and legal status of the Holy Aqsa Mosque or any attempt at its division. We stress that such violations and recurrent attacks against the sanctities would only increase tension and undermine peace effort. It would lead to a cycle of violence. To conclude, the countries of the GCC stress their solidarity and support to the Palestinian people until they gain independence and ensure their self-determination. The occupying power must respond to the calls for peace and participate in serious negotiations with good faith on the basis of the two-state solution. This would bring about peace and stability in this vital region of the world. Thank you, Mr. President.
Next, I now thank the distinguished representative of Oman for his statement speaking on behalf of the Gulf Cooperation Council and offer the floor to Jamaica speaking on behalf of the Caribbean community.
Mr. President, I do have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the 14 member states of the Caribbean community in contribution to this important debate on Agenda Item 35, the question of Palestine. Mr. President, CARICOM shares the concern of the many member states who are deeply disheartened by the decades-long perpetuation of the Palestinian question. Despite the existence of both a legal and moral framework to resolve the question, it persists to the detriment of both Palestine and Israel. At the outset, therefore, CARICOM underscores that a permanent and just solution to the question of Palestine will both fulfill the Palestinians' right to self-determination and guarantee the security of Israel. Since the last debate on this agenda item, CARICOM has taken note of the developments on the issue and is disturbed that there have been no advances towards implementation of the various UN resolutions on the matter. The situation has instead worsened, and even more so since the events of 7th October. And in considering the events of 7th October, CARICOM emphasizes that violence and hostility will not bring about any lasting solution to the Palestinian question. It has shown instead to stoke fear and mistrust and breed massive suffering and insecurity. CARICOM therefore emphasizes the obligation of all UN member states to be guided by the principles of the Charter in their conduct of international relations. CARICOM also emphasizes member states' obligations to operate in the confines of international law, including international human rights law and international humanitarian law. Mr. President, the events of 7th October and the response thereto have led to a massive escalation of violence in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. We condemn these events in the strongest terms. CARICOM is appalled by the loss of so many innocent lives, and in such a short span of time. We are particularly appalled that women and children number in the majority of those killed. CARICOM commiserates with the relatives and friends of those who have died under such tragic circumstances, including the more than 100 UN staff members killed in the line of duty. CARICOM is also concerned about the humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip, which has worsened exponentially since 7th October. The recent truce between Israel and Hamas, including the current pause in the fighting, was an important first step towards the complete cessation of hostilities. We call for a permanent ceasefire. This is critical for delivering life-saving support to the besieged population of the Gaza Strip. It is also critical for setting them on a path to recovery. Mr. President, the international community, including the UN, must seriously contemplate measures for permanently resolving the question of Palestine. As we observed earlier, both the legal and moral framework exist for a permanent solution, but must be matched by the political will. Outside of a permanent solution, Israelis and Palestinians will continue to endure recurring cycles of violence. Further, Palestinians' legitimate aspiration to exercise their right to self-determination will continue to be unjustly delayed. We cannot continue to leave the Palestinian people behind. For its part, CARICOM is open to playing its usual constructive role in taking forward the question of Palestine. I thank you.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Jamaica for his statement on behalf of CARICOM, and I now offer the floor to the distinguished representative of the state of Qatar.
Mr. President, I would like to thank you for holding this meeting. I would also like to thank the chair and members of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People. Our thanks are also due to the efforts of the Division of Palestinian Rights and the Department of Global Communications Special Information Program on the Palestinian question. We would like to reiterate the state of Qatar's solidarity with the brotherly Palestinian people until they gain their just rights. We associate ourselves to the statement of the GCC. Mr. President, this meeting is held as we are witnessing the worst humanitarian crisis for the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip due to the Israeli military aggression on the Strip. It has witnessed violent, indiscriminate shelling against the defenseless Palestinian people, leading to more than 50,000 killed, injured, or lost under the rubble in Gaza. Most of them are from the women and children, which led some UN officials to describe this stripe as children's grave. In this vein, the State of Qatar reiterates its condemnation of the gross international crimes committed by the Israeli occupation against the brotherly people of Palestine. We condemn in the strongest terms the systemic targeting of hospitals, schools, and residential areas in Gaza. This is a heinous violation of international laws and conventions, especially the Fourth Geneva Convention. We reiterate our call to establish an international committee to investigate the crimes committed by the Israeli occupation against civilians in the Gaza Strip. Mr. President, the State of Qatar renews its strong condemnation of the repeated attacks against the Holy Aqsa Mosque by Israel, the occupying power, as well as the Israeli settlers. We underline that such attacks are considered a flagrant violation of international law, a provocation of Muslims, and any attempt at altering the current historic and legal status of Islamic and Christian sanctities in occupied East Jerusalem, or dividing the Holy Aqsa Mosque temporally and spatially, as well as restricting Muslims' freedom of worship, are all null according to international law and relevant UN resolutions. In this regard, the State of Qatar welcomes the recommendations of the report of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People, which calls upon the Israeli occupation to meet its obligations pursuant to international humanitarian law and international human rights law. Mr. President, the State of Qatar stresses once again that the escalation of the Israeli occupation and their continuous attempt at imposing the status quo to wash their hands off the entitlements of a comprehensive and just peace will not stop it from its concerted effort to bring about just peace. We will continue to call for a just and comprehensive solution to the Palestinian question. This would guarantee the right of the Palestinian people for self-determination and the establishment of an independent state along the lines of 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital. This would come on the basis of the two-state solution in implementation of resolutions of international legitimacy. This requires an end to the Israeli occupation of all Arab-occupied land, including occupied Syrian Golan and all occupied Lebanese territories. This is the only way to ensure peace and stability in the Middle East. Mr. President, we're holding this meeting following 4 days of a humanitarian truce, thanks to the joint mediation efforts of the State of Qatar, the Arab Republic of Egypt, and the United States of America. This effort culminated in a deal between Israel and Hamas, which started to be implemented last Friday, November the 24th. In line with our continued mediation effort, the State of Qatar announced yesterday that we have reached a deal to extend the humanitarian truce for another 2 days along the previous conditions. The truce deal until today led to the release of 69 civilians captured in Gaza, all from women and children, as well as freeing 150 Palestinian women and children detained in Israeli prisoners. In this vein, the deal also succeeded in ensuring access to the largest number of humanitarian and relief convoys, including fuel for humanitarian needs. To conclude, Mr. President, the State of Qatar stresses that it will continue its diplomatic endeavors
to de-escalate, stop the bloodshed, protect civilians, and deliver assistance to those in need. We hope that this humanitarian truce would lead to a sustained and durable ceasefire that would put a stop to the war machine and the bloodshed. It would also pave the way for serious talks on a peace process that would lead to a comprehensive, just, and durable peace deal in line with resolutions of international legitimacy. Thank you, Mr. President.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of the State of Qatar for his statement, and I now offer the floor to the distinguished representative of the Maldives.
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation extends our appreciation to the Secretary General for his detailed report on the agenda item questions of Palestine, documenting the prolonged struggle for Palestinian people. This long-standing issue, marked by Palestinian suffering, demands our urgent attention for a comprehensive and just resolution that considers its complex historical, political, and humanitarian aspects. Mr. President, tomorrow, as we mark the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people this year, my delegation wishes to convey the following message from the newly elected President of the Republic of Maldives, His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Muiz. I quote, "I firmly reassert the unwavering support of the people and the government of Maldives to the people and the government of State of Palestine in their legitimate right for full sovereignty and to live in peace with safety and security." End quote. Mr. President, the Maldives strongly condemns the ongoing brutal occupation and collective punishment of innocent Palestinians, civilians. Indeed, the current Israeli-Palestinian conflict did not start on 7th October 2023. Over many decades, Israel has caused immense humanitarian, social, economic suffering to millions of Palestinians, especially women and children. And as we speak, we are confronted with a dire humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Israeli war against Gaza has led to tragic loss of over 15,000 lives and more than 30,000 people injured. The Israeli Defense Force intentionally targeted civilians, infrastructure including hospitals, schools, and shelters, which has forced many Palestinians to leave their homes. These actions by Israel seriously violate international humanitarian law. Israeli actions in occupied territories must not be exempt from international and humanitarian law or the authority of the Security Council, as well as strong condemnation of this assembly. We firmly believe that the rule of law should be applied equally to all countries, regardless of their size or influence. Those responsible for flagrant violations of international law and international humanitarian law must be held accountable for their actions. Therefore, the Maldives calls on the International Criminal Court to investigate possible war crimes committed by Israel against the Palestinian people. Mr. President, this Assembly reconvened its 10th emergency special session last month, where a landmark resolution was adopted urging resolute action to halt violence against innocent civilians in Palestine. Today, almost a month after the resolution was adopted, we reiterate the resolution's call for an immediate, enduring, and sustainable humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza, the provision of essential supplies and medicine, and an end to mass forced displacement in the occupied Palestinian territory. Following adoption of this resolution, we are encouraged by the accelerated actions to find solutions to this crisis. My delegation also welcomes the adoption of UN Security Council Resolution 2712 on November 15, 2023, which urges immediate and extended humanitarian pause in Gaza and the unconditional release of hostages. We strongly support the Council's call for all parties to uphold their responsibilities under international law, including international humanitarian law, to prioritize the protection of innocent civilians. Mr. President, we commend Qatar's role and other countries in mediating an agreement for an extended humanitarian truce. Now the international community must work tirelessly to implement this truce and ensure a way forward that averts the resumption of this conflict, leading to a permanent ceasefire. Every minute of the truce helped to deliver essential supplies to the millions enduring this humanitarian catastrophe. Every minute of the truce prevents regional spillover and protects the lives of dedicated humanitarian workers. Every minute of the truce helps to release hostages and saves the lives of civilians, particularly women and children. The Maldives commends the efforts of WHO to evacuate 151 critically ill patients and 31 babies in critical conditions from the besieged Al-Shifa hospital. This is just one example that highlights the urgent need for unimpeded humanitarian access. The Maldives joins the international community in paying tribute to the sacrifices of the humanitarian aid workers and personnel, including UNRWA staff, who put their lives on the line to alleviate the suffering of vulnerable population in acutely dangerous conditions. We urge the international community to support UNRWA more robustly. Mr. President, the administration of President Dr. Muiz and the Maldivian people will remain steadfast in supporting the establishment of a free and independent Palestine. We remain steadfast in our unwavering commitment to the Palestinian people in pursuing their inalienable rights, including their rights of self-determination. We call on the international community to continue to urge Israel to end the illegal occupation of Palestine immediately and return the land seized forcefully and stop the illegal settlements, to stop the assaults on lives and dignity of people in Gaza, in the West Bank, and everywhere in the occupied territory, and to recognize Palestine as an independent state with East Jerusalem as its capital with pre-1967 borders. The Maldives reiterates its call for the member states of the United Nations to uphold the UN's Charter, international human rights and humanitarian law, and support the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people. We urge the member states to increase efforts to restart the peace processes, seeking a long-term solution where peace reigns. Mr. President, my delegation reiterates our call on UN members to recognize Palestine as an independent state and support its full UN membership. The plight of Palestinian people should be a global priority, and we urge international community to strengthen its resolve to end the violation of human rights and the suffering of the people of State of Palestine. I thank you, Mr. President.
I should like to thank the representative of Maldives for his statement, and I now invite the distinguished representative of Namibia to take the floor.
Mr. President, my delegation appreciates the respect and honor bestowed on His Excellency Samuel Rudolph Nsunali, the President of the 48th United Nations General Assembly, this morning. We remember his steadfast support for the cause of Namibia, our right to self-determination, freedom and independence, through his active role as a Vice President of the then Council for Namibia. These are the same expectations and rights that we are eagerly awaiting to be extended to the people of Palestine. I extend my gratitude to the Secretary General for the insightful report on the economic repercussions of the Israeli occupation for the Palestinian people, particularly the welfare cost resulting from the fragmentation of the occupied West Bank. We also appreciate the report presented by the Committee on the Inalienable Right of the Palestinian People. Tomorrow, the government of the Republic of Namibia will stand in solidarity with the international community to observe the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. Regrettably, this occasion occurs amidst a continued surge in violence marked by brutal force. In the past 2 months alone, over 14,000 Palestinians, including 4,000 women and more than 6,000 children, and over 100 United Nations employees have tragically lost their lives in this escalated violence. Despite the clear breaches of international law and humanitarian principles, the United Nations Charter has not consistently provided a safeguard. The occupation of Palestine, with its illegal nature, has brought about severe economic, social, cultural, and humanitarian consequences. The continual violation of international law and numerous resolutions from the General Assembly and the Security Council is deeply concerning. The world continues to witness in horror the unabated full-scale aggression against the Palestinian people, sparing neither hospitals, refugee camps, holy sites, nor schools. These are clear violations of international law and international humanitarian law. This abnormality requires urgent attention and a collective responsibility to resolve this long-standing conflict. Mr. President, Namibia welcomes the adoption of UN Security Council Resolution 2712, while we call for an immediate and permanent cessation of violence and abated aggression. We thank the governments of Qatar, Egypt, and the United States for their invaluable role in facilitating these humanitarian pauses. We, however, condemn reports of violence against outside Gaza, including the latest attack on the Jenin refugee camp. Namibia reiterates her call for unhindered access to humanitarian aid for the most vulnerable and an immediate end to the forced mass displacement of the Palestinian people. Earlier this year, the Namibian government made a submission to the International Court of Justice as part of the ongoing proceedings and eagerly awaits the advisory opinion of the court to determine the consequences of Israel's continued illegal occupation of Palestine. The international community must intensify its efforts to realize a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace in the Middle East based on relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions. Israel must be held accountable for continually violating these resolutions. Mr. President, as we approach the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we must reflect on how the people of Palestine relate to human rights, which are supposed to be indivisible, inalienable, and universal. The exercise of Palestinian self-determination and statehood has been severely impaired by unlawful measures, including settlement expansion and the construction of barriers in the West Bank, including in East Jerusalem. Namibia stands unwavering in its support for the Palestinian people until they can exercise their inalienable right to self-determination. The question of Palestine demands resolution. Collectively, we bear responsibility to strengthen our resolve in the face of injustice to make this a reality. The moment is now. I thank you.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Namibia for his statement, and I now offer the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkey.
Mr. President, today's meeting takes place at a critical juncture. The state of Palestine and the Palestinian people are facing the biggest tragedy in recent history. The scale of destruction and loss is at unimaginable levels. Since the 7th of October, the death toll in Gaza reached nearly 15,000, mostly women and children. Civilians and civilian infrastructure, including hospitals, mosques, churches, schools, refugee camps, have been under constant bombardment. Almost half of the housing units are destroyed. Over 2 million Palestinians are in dire need of humanitarian aid. They are being subjected to acts of collective punishment and forced displacement. International law and international humanitarian law are constantly being violated. The UN agencies have been repeatedly maintaining for the last few weeks that nowhere is safe in Gaza. The Secretary General described the current state of Gaza as a graveyard for children. UNICEF Executive Director referred to Gaza as the most dangerous place in the world to be a child. No one is spared from the brutal Israeli attacks, even under the UN flag. We commend the UN agencies and the humanitarians who are working on the ground under unbearable conditions, even after becoming victims themselves. We express our deepest condolences for over 100 brave UN personnel who lost their lives in this honorable mission. Mr. President, since the outset of the conflict, Turkey has been calling for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire, urgent and unimpeded humanitarian access, and full compliance with international law. We hope that the agreement reached last week between Israel and Hamas can lead to a more life-saving aid to reach Gaza and safe return of the remaining hostages. However, it is clear that only a durable ceasefire can prevent further violence and suffering. The unhindered flow of sufficient humanitarian aid must reach all people in need in Gaza. Civilians and civilian infrastructure, including the UN facilities hosting displaced people, must be protected everywhere. Forced displacements of the Palestinians must stop. International law should be upheld. Mr. President, to stop the carnage in Gaza, Turkey has mobilized all diplomatic and humanitarian efforts. OIC Arab League leaders met in Riyadh on 11th of November at the joint Arab-Islamic Extraordinary Summit. They strongly condemned the Israeli aggression in Gaza and called for an immediate ceasefire and sustainable humanitarian access. Our foreign ministers have been visiting major capitals to initiate international action to stop the war in Gaza. Minister Fidan, alongside with other ministers, will be here in New York tomorrow to attend the Security Council briefing on Palestine. We have been doing our utmost to send the much-needed humanitarian aid to Gaza. So far, Turkey has sent over 200 tons of humanitarian aid to Egypt's Al Arish airport via 11 aircrafts. We have transferred 88 patients from the Turkish-Palestinian Friendship Hospital in Gaza to Turkey to continue their treatments. Our humanitarian aid workers and health personnel are working tirelessly on the ground. Once again, I thank brotherly Egypt for their efforts and cooperation. Mr. President, we welcome the adoption of Resolution 2712 at the Security Council. However, the failure of the Security Council to adopt any decision for almost 6 weeks or to call for an immediate ceasefire cannot go unnoticed. The UN Security Council and its members have a special responsibility to stop this war that they cannot abstain from. The humanitarian resolution by the General Assembly at its emergency special session, which we have co-sponsored, remains the strongest voice and common position of the international community to the Israeli aggression. Mr. President, we should all be very clear about the root causes of the problem, which is the illegal occupation of Palestinian territory by Israel. The report of the committee before us today once again reveals Israel's continued violations of international law and UN resolutions while preventing the Palestinian people from exercising their right to self-determination and other rights. For decades, the basic rights of Palestinian people have been unjustly stripped away from them, including their economic rights. And now, on top of the unbearable humanitarian catastrophe, the Palestinian people will suffer the economic cost of this war for decades. Mr. President, let me conclude by reiterating Turkey's unwavering support to all efforts towards finding a comprehensive and lasting solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict based on a two-state vision and pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as the capital of the State of Palestine. We stand with the Palestinian people in reaching their long-delayed right to live in their own sovereign and independent state. And I thank you.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Turkey for his statement, and I now offer the floor to the distinguished representative of Egypt.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank you for convening this meeting to discuss item 35, entitled The Question of Palestine. The debate of the General Assembly on this item comes at a delicate moment for Palestine and the Middle East as a result of the unjust Israeli aggression against Palestinian territory, specifically the Gaza Strip. Mr. President, the magnitude of the latest Israeli attacks are unprecedented over the long history of Israeli aggressions against Palestinian people. Civilian casualties reached unbelievable levels. The destruction of civilian infrastructure, including hospitals, schools, residential buildings, and even UN facilities. The destruction we've seen in different towns in Gaza is unprecedented. Israel continues to indiscriminately shell towns. It is imposing a siege on the Palestinian people. Restrictions are imposed on the delivery of humanitarian aid. This is an attempt to make life impossible in the Gaza Strip. Mr. President, the temporary truce that is holding right now, Egypt, Qatar, and the United States have contributed to reaching this truce. This truce does not obviate the need for a ceasefire to stop the bloodshed and to stop a regional spillover. At this juncture, we have to recall GA resolution that called for a permanent ceasefire that would follow the humanitarian truce. We recall that this resolution that was adopted during the emergency special session was adopted by the vast majority of member states. Mr. President, we call for something else that is equally important, which is rescuing the civilians in Gaza, our brethren, the civilians in Gaza. Their suffering has been going on for so long as a result of starvation, as a result of displacement, as a result of the siege. Israel must allow for the delivery of humanitarian aid without any obstacles through all border crossings into the Gaza Strip. The United Nations, especially the Security Council, must shoulder its full responsibility in this regard. Mr. President, the flagrant Israeli violations against the Palestinian people is not a new phenomenon. The report of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People, contained in document A/78/35, paints a grim picture of these violations. In paragraph 9, it addresses the bombardment and shelling. In paragraph 10, it refers to the increase in annexation operations and the building of illegal settlements. Paragraph 12 in the report addresses the brutal attacks by Israeli settlers against Palestinian citizens. We've witnessed 849 attacks. Paragraph 17 addresses the repeated and systematic Israeli attacks on the Al-Aqsa Mosque with the support of members of the Israeli government. Mr. President, the horrific statistics contained in the report of the committee do not even include the current violations since the beginning of the war against Gaza and the events of the 7th of October. The number of civilians has doubled many times to this day. That includes the killing of thousands of civilians at the hands of the occupying powers and the killings of hundreds of Palestinians in the West Bank. The only guarantee, Mr. President, to stop these violations is to stop the Israeli occupation and to establish the independent state of Palestine with East Jerusalem as its capital along the lines of the 4th of June 1967 in the implementation of UN resolutions, including the multiple resolutions adopted by the General Assembly of the United Nations. The two-state solution, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, is the only viable way. There is no alternative. The only viable way to guarantee the rights of Palestinians and Israelis to live in safety and peace in normal conditions in two independent states as all other peoples according to international resolutions. I thank you, Mr. President.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Egypt for his statement, and I now offer the floor to the distinguished representative of Jordan.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. بداية اسمح لي أن أتوجه.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to begin by thanking you and express our thanks to you for your efforts that you are deploying for a successful conclusion of the work of the 78th session of the General Assembly. We wish you every success in these efforts. We also reiterate the support of Jordan to the Committee for the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People. Efforts to defend those rights, particularly the right to self-determination, and to find a response to the legitimate aspirations for a sovereign state according to relevant resolutions and international legitimacy. This meeting, Mr. President, is being held at a very critical time. The Palestinian people are experiencing abject aggression on the part of Israel against innocent civilians that has led to the loss of more than 16,000 Palestinian lives, 70% of them women and children. That's something that has to stop. The international community must mobilize its efforts. The Security Council must also mobilize to put an end to this war permanently in order to protect the civilians in Gaza, men, women, and the elderly. There must be access in a permanent way to humanitarian assistance and also guarantee the protection of hospitals, schools, and UN institutions and also medical equipment. In this regard, I would like to state that a position that is not clear and strict with regard to putting an end to these crimes by Israel only encourages this aggression to continue, particularly with regard to double standards and selectivity with regard to the implementation of international law. We call upon the Security Council to assume its legal and moral responsibilities in order to put an end to this aggression that has lasted for far too long and protect the Palestinians in Gaza, but everywhere on Palestinian territory. And we would warn against the consequences of an escalation in the occupied West Bank, particularly with the terrorism of the Israeli settlers against Palestinian civilians. The illegal Israeli measures that continue only worsen the occupation and the despair and leads to more conflicts and injustice. My country reiterates its support also for UNRWA. UNRWA, which provides humanitarian aid to the Palestinians in Gaza when those people are facing the disaster of the Israeli aggression. And UNRWA should be supported, but Israel has killed more than 100 UNRWA staff since the beginning of the conflict, and we have a collective responsibility to protect UNRWA, to strengthen the rights of the Palestinian people, and protect an agency that has paid sacrifices and shown that it is able to work efficiently according to the principles of humanity. We also need to financially support UNRWA so that it's able to play its vital, essential role, particularly with regard to the disastrous consequences that are being made even worse by this Israeli aggression. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome the efforts of Qatar, Egypt and the United States that have made it possible for there to be a humanitarian truce agreed in the Gaza Strip. We also believe that this truce should be a step towards a total cessation of the war in Gaza. This truce needs to put an end to the escalation and the forced displacement of Palestinians. It should also facilitate the delivery of humanitarian assistance throughout the Gaza Strip in order to respond to the needs of Palestinian civilians and also in order to increase stability so that the Gazan people can stay where they are. In conclusion, Mr. President, the Palestinian question has been and will remain the central issue for Jordanians, and we would like to see a resumption of peace under international legitimacy, guaranteeing the rights of the Palestinian people to a viable state with East Jerusalem, occupied East Jerusalem as its capital along the 1967 lines. And the solution of two states is the only way to ensure perennial peace in the entire region. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Jordan for his statement, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today's debate offers an opportunity to not only reflect on the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza, created by the war waged by Israel against the Palestinian people, but to also take stock of the implementation of Resolution ES 10/21 adopted by the 10th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly on 27th October 2023, which called for a humanitarian truce leading to cessation of hostilities, unimpeded supplies of relief goods, and a stop to the illegal forced displacements. We regret that the General Assembly's call was not heeded by Israel, which continued its indiscriminate and criminal attacks against the Palestinian people. Israel also ignored the call from the Security Council to comply with its obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law, notably with regard to the protection of civilians, especially children, and to refrain from depriving the civilian population in Gaza of basic services and humanitarian assistance indispensable to their survival. We strongly and unequivocally condemn the indiscriminate use of force by Israel, Israel's attacks on civilians, civilian objects and infrastructure, blockading of water, food and fuel, as well as the forced displacement of people within the occupied territory are flagrant violations of international humanitarian law and amount to war crimes and crimes against humanity, and may amount to the crime of genocide. Mr. President, we take note of the reports regarding the agreement among the relevant parties for a humanitarian pause. We appreciate the efforts undertaken by Qatar and Egypt towards this end. Pakistan's position, however, remains in favor of a complete and immediate cessation of hostilities. The Israeli killing machine operating with complete impunity needs to be stopped, and Israel must be held accountable for its defiance and criminal actions. Amid these extremely challenging times, the government and the people of Pakistan wholeheartedly extend their unwavering solidarity with our Palestinian brothers and sisters facing the brutal onslaught from Israeli occupation forces. The suffering and collective punishment endured by the besieged people of Gaza is unprecedented in modern history. More than 14,000 Palestinians have lost their lives, 2/3 of them women and children. Tens of thousands have been injured. Around 2,700, including 1,500 children, have been reported missing or dead or trapped under the rubble. In excess of 1.7 million Gazans have been displaced and over 41,000 housing units destroyed. Only 2 small hospitals in northern Gaza are partially operational, with the remaining 22 out of service. Of the 11 medical facilities in the south, only 7 are currently functional. 108 UNRWA staff have been killed in Gaza since 7th October. At least 53 journalists have been killed since the hostilities began. We reject Israel's portrayal of its aggressive actions as anti-terrorism measures and its relentless bombing of Gaza as an exercise of self-defense. The root cause of the crisis lies in Israel's prolonged occupation and denial of Palestinians' inalienable right to self-determination. Israel's murderous campaign against the occupied people of Palestine struggling for their freedom cannot be justified under the guise of self-defense. Mr. President, the joint extraordinary Arab and Islamic summit held in Riyadh on 11 November 2023 underscored the centrality of the Palestinian cause and extended full support for the legitimate struggle of the Palestinian people to liberate all their occupied territories and the need to end the Israeli aggression against the Palestinian people. It described the ongoing Israeli aggression as a retaliatory war crime that cannot be justified under any guise, and demanded that all countries stop exporting weapons and ammunition to the occupation authorities that are used by their army and terrorist settlers to kill the Palestinian people and destroy their homes, hospitals, schools, mosques, churches, and properties. We welcome the visits to P5 capitals by the ministerial committee mandated by the Joint Arab-Islamic Extraordinary Summit, chaired by the Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia, and hope that it will lead to meaningful action from the Security Council to halt the Israeli slaughter, impose a durable ceasefire, enable humanitarian assistance, and revive the peace process. We hope the Security Council will not be paralyzed again by the partisan position of some delegations. We are confident that under China's leadership, the Security Council will fulfill its mandate for the maintenance of peace and security. Mr. President, Israel must comply with the provisions of the resolution adopted by the Assembly by implementing an immediate and unconditional ceasefire and allowing the flow of sufficient, sustained, and unimpeded humanitarian assistance into Gaza to preserve lives and prevent further suffering of innocent Palestinians. The General Assembly and the Security Council should also consider the following. 1. Establishment of a special tribunal and accountability mechanism to investigate Israel's atrocity crimes, identify and prosecute those responsible for war crimes committed, and to provide reparations for damage, loss, or injury arising from these crimes committed by the Israeli occupation forces. 2. Deployment of an international protection force or mechanism to protect Palestinian civilians, especially women and children, in Gaza and the West Bank from further attacks and oppression by the occupation forces and extremist colonial settlers. 3. Restore and reinvigorate the peace process. The Middle East Quartet should revive its efforts under the auspices of the Secretary General. It should be expanded to include participation of the OIC and China to establish a durable solution based on the internationally agreed two-state solution with a secure, viable, contiguous, and sovereign state of Palestine on the basis of pre-June 1967 borders with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. 4th, Pakistan will support the convening of an international conference to launch a revived peace process and support the admission of the State of Palestine as a full member of the United Nations. I thank you.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Pakistan for his statement, and I now invite the distinguished representative of South Africa to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. South Africa aligns itself with the statement delivered by Malaysia on behalf of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People. We join other member states in thanking the Secretariat of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, for its report titled Economic Costs of the Israeli Occupation for the Palestinian People, the Welfare Cost of the Fragmentation of the Occupied West Bank. We also express our appreciation to the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People for its report. South Africa expresses its grave concern over the devastating escalation in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. We extend our deepest condolences to all victims and call for the immediate cessation of violence and an end to the indiscriminate attacks by Israel on the civilian population in Gaza. Israel's illegal occupation of Palestine and its illegal settlement expansion is a flagrant violation under international law and in direct contravention of UN Security Council Resolution 2334 of 2023. Consequently, these illegal practices by Israel adversely affects all aspects of the Palestinian lives, including all economic activity, social development, livelihoods, and household welfare. The impact is more grave, as outlined in the UNCTAD report, in Area C of West Bank, which is the focus of the UNCTAD's report. Area C, which is fully controlled by Israel, accounts for more than 60% of the occupied West Bank. It is home to an estimated 300,000 Palestinians who live in 532 residential areas. Whilst approximately 60% of Area C consists of Israeli state land, Palestinians struggle to obtain land permits for housing and farming in the remaining 40%. The economic impact of Israel's occupation is that 33% of Palestinian communities in Area C lack primary school education. 70% of communities do not have access to potable water, and access to primary health care is impeded. UNCTAD's report makes the case that if the restrictions imposed on Area C were reduced to similar levels as Areas A and B, as a step forward to ending the occupation, in line with relevant United Nations resolution, total Palestinian household expenditure would increase significantly by up to 200% in some locations of Area C, thereby contributing to a substantial reduction in levels of poverty. Mr. President, since the beginning of the escalation of hostilities on 7 October, the world has had the repeated assertion that Israel has a right to defend itself based on its inalienable right to self-determination. However, very little, if anything, is said by the same states about Palestine's inalienable right to self-determination. The report of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People contains numerous examples of Israel's continued disregard for Palestinians' inalienable rights during the reporting period from September 2022 to August 2023. The selective application of international law undermines the effectiveness of collective responses to global security threats. Israel, as the occupying power, must be held legally and politically accountable for the structural violence and suffering of its occupation that it inflicts on Palestinians. As the international community, we have a responsibility to work tirelessly towards supporting and calling for the immediate and unconditional end to Israel's illegal occupation of Palestine. Our collective human duty to act cannot be avoided. We must proceed together with due regard to international law, international human rights law, international humanitarian law, and resolutions adopted by the United Nations. We welcome the humanitarian pause to allow for relief aid into Gaza. We also need a ceasefire now, which will end the suffering of the Palestinian people and create impetus for a comprehensive political dialogue. And here we wish to recognize the good work that is being done by UNRWA and the ICRC under very difficult circumstances. South Africa remains committed to the full realization of the right to self-determination of the people of Palestine in accordance with the international law, and is committed to working with the international community to ensure a lasting and durable peace that produces a viable, contiguous Palestinian state existing side by side in peace with Israel within the 1967 internationally recognized borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. To this end, like its mediation in conflicts in Africa and other parts of the world, South Africa stands ready to contribute to the peaceful resolution of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. I thank you.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of South Africa for his statement. And now I'd like to offer the floor to His Excellency Zambry Abdul Kadir, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia.
Mr. President, Malaysia aligns itself with the statement delivered by Mauritania on behalf of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, or OIC. I would also like to thank the Secretary General and Chairman of the Committee on the exercise of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people for the report. Mr. President, we have been grappling with the question of Palestine for decades. Here in this august chamber, countless views have been articulated in numerous proceedings, producing voluminous reports and quite a few resolutions. The Palestinian question is indeed a long-standing problem that this organization and the entire international community has failed to resolve, despite all efforts. To this day, the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination continues to be denied. Palestinians continue to be dispossessed, not only of their lands and homes, but also of their basic human rights and dignity. They continue to be oppressed in many unimaginable, inhumane ways. They continue to be seen and treated as subhumans by their occupiers, who continue to impose upon them repressive apartheid policy. And the world continues to ignore their sufferings. Almost every time when violence flare-ups, we would call for meetings not unlike the one we are having now, reiterate our support for the Palestinians' right for statehood and the two-state solutions, and issues another resolutions recalling previous resolutions which have been almost entirely ignored. Then nothing happened. Another resolutions ignored, and the perpetrators is let off with impunity. Occupations and operations resumes. For how long more are we going to let this continue? Mr. President, we all know, and we have been saying this, the current violent outbreak in the region does not happen in a vacuum. The backdrop is over 70 years of illegal occupations of Palestinian land and the inhuman oppression of the Palestinians by the occupying powers, that is Israel. The people of Gaza have been living in what has been described as the biggest open-air prison in the world due to Israel's brutal land, sea, and air blockade. In recent years, Israel's actions have become increasingly belligerent, which can be seen by the rising incidences of hate speech and provocative actions by some of the high-ranking government officials, the extremely disproportionate and violent operation of the Israeli forces in the occupied Palestinian territories that have caused record numbers of civilian deaths, injuries, and destruction of home and civilian infrastructure, as well as the rise in settler violence toward Palestinians. The 2023 report of the United Nations, the Special Committee to investigate Israeli practices affecting the human rights of the Palestinian people and other Arabs of the occupied territories, of which Malaysia is a member, makes the following observations. As of August 2023, Israeli forces had already killed more Palestinians in the occupied Palestinian territories this year compared to any other year since 2005. As of September 2023, Israel was holding 1,264 Palestinians in administrative detention, the highest number in over a decade. Up until September this year, UN OCHA documented an average of 3 instances of settler violence a day in 2023 compared to an average of 2 per day in 2022 and 1 per day in 2021. This is the highest daily average of settler-related incidents affecting Palestinians since the UN started recording this data in 2006. Those are just a few facts extracted from the report, denoting the extremely volatile situation in the occupied Palestinian territories, even before the horrendous events of October 7th. Mr. President, Malaysia welcomes the agreement for a humanitarian pause in Gaza, reached on the 22nd November, and applaud all parties that work extremely hard to achieve it. The agreement is an important step in the right direction to stop further loss of innocent life and enable the desperately needed humanitarian aid be supplied into Gaza in sufficient quantities. We further commend the decision to extend the humanitarian pause. However, it is hugely disappointing that the pause in hostilities could only be reached only after more than 6 weeks of Israeli rampage and collective punishments of the people in Gaza, causing carnage of thousands of innocent lives, destruction, and humanitarian situation of apocalyptic proportions. The humanitarian pause only happened almost 4 weeks after 121 countries resoundingly called for humanitarian truce, leading to a cessation of hostilities during the emergency special session of the General Assembly. It took place only after numerous pleas by UN agencies and the Secretary General, who had described the Gaza as hell on earth and a graveyard for children. The humanitarian pause was only agreed after millions of people marched in capitals all around the world, united and unequivocal in their chant of ceasefire now. The sad fact is that the humanitarian pause happened only after close to 15,000 Palestinians, including about 4,000 women and 6,000 children, had been killed in Gaza, and approximately 2,700 people, including around 1,200 children, had been reported missing and may be trapped or dead under the rubble. Over 1.7 million people in Gaza are estimated to have been internally displaced. Humanitarian organization Save the Children reported that the numbers of children killed in Gaza by the end of October had surpassed the annual numbers of children killed in all conflict zones across the world since 2019. Malaysia joins the resolute call by the clear majority of UN member states for a full ceasefire. The vicious massacre of civilian life must not resume. The shelling of civilian infrastructures, including hospitals, schools, and United Nations premises, are heinous war crimes and must not resume. The cutting off the supply of water, electricity, and communication services is against international law and must not continue. The forced displacement of Palestinians is also unlawful. It must be stopped and reversed, and the unhindered flow of humanitarian aid up to scale must be guaranteed throughout Gaza. Malaysia, like many other member states, continue to be gravely concerned with the dire humanitarian condition in Gaza. Malaysia has been a regular contributor to UN UNRWA. Since the war in Gaza broke out, Malaysia has made an additional contribution of over $2 million to UNRWA. We salute all the humanitarian heroes who continue to risk their lives to serve the people of Gaza. We extend our deepest condolences to the families and colleagues of over 100 UNRWA staff who have lost their life in Gaza since the start of the war. Malaysia finds find it deeply disconcerting that the current war in Gaza has been the deadliest conflict ever for UN employees. Malaysia has also sent 2 plane loads of humanitarian aid to the region. We thank Egypt for its cooperation. The Malaysian public, NGOs, and private sector continue to raise funds to support the humanitarian needs of the people in Gaza. So far, they have raised around $5 million USD for Malaysia's humanitarian trust fund for the people of Palestine. Malaysia is ready to work with all international partners in humanitarian efforts to ease the sufferings of the people in Gaza. Mr. President, we must stop the vicious cycle of violence in the region. The international community must not continue paying lip service to the inalienable right of the Palestinian people. We must take real and decisive actions. We can no longer deny the fact that the only way to achieve peace and security in the region and solve the question of Palestinians is to make every effort to support the establishment of a free and independent state of Palestine in accordance with the two-state solution based on pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. The illegal and inhumane occupation by Israel of Palestinian land must end. It is the only solution. Moving forward, it is important that the voice of the Palestinian people be heard loud and clear in charting their own future. Palestinians must be involved front and center in any discussion on the future governance of their nation. The wishes of the Palestinians must be at the core of the discussion. It is the only way to ensure the credibility of the process and its success. Importantly, the principle of justice and accountability must be upheld. All violations of international law must be properly investigated. There must not be impunity for those who commit war crimes. Impunity and double standards in applying international law only encourage further violations. The war in Gaza is a litmus test for the international community and this organization. War crimes have been clearly and blatantly committed in this war. Failure to bring perpetrators of war crimes to justice will only confirm the perception of hypocrisy, selectivity, and double standards. It will further erode trust in the multilateral system, which would be disastrous in this time of numerous multifaceted global challenges. The implications of failure to uphold international law are undoubtedly far-reaching. Diminished trust in multilateral institutions pave the way for unilateral actions, for might override, and for a world where the principles of international law become mere suggestions rather than binding norms. This is a dangerous path, one that can lead to more conflict, suffering, and injustice. Let us turn this dark moment in our history into an opportunity to revive our commitment to a fair and just world order, as called by the Secretary General in his policy brief, New Agenda for Peace. Let us work towards strengthening our multilateral institutions, ensuring they stand as beacons of fairness, justice, and equality. Only then can we hope to build a world where trust in our international system is restored and where peace and justice are not just aspirational goals, but tangible realities for all. Mr. President, we must not wait any longer. It is time to deliver to the Palestinians their equal and rightful place among us, the free nation of the world. It is time for a free and independent state of Palestine. I thank you.
I should like to thank the distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia, and I now invite the distinguished representative of India to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On the occasion of the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people tomorrow, which is 29 November, let me at the outset reaffirm our long-standing relationship with the Palestinian people based on deep-rooted historical and people-to-people ties and our consistent support to the people of Palestine in their endeavor for statehood, peace, and prosperity. We are gathered today, Mr. President, at a time when the security situation in the Middle East is deteriorating due to the ongoing Israel-Hamas conflict, with a large-scale loss of civilian lives, especially women and children, and an alarming humanitarian crisis. This is clearly unacceptable, and we have indeed strongly condemned the death of civilians. In addressing this humanitarian crisis, Mr. President, it is necessary for all parties to display the utmost responsibility. In this, we welcome all efforts by the international community that would lead to a de-escalation and delivery of humanitarian assistance to the people of Palestine. The humanitarian pauses is a welcome step to ensure timely and continuous delivery of humanitarian aid. We, on our part, have sent 70 tons of humanitarian goods, including 16.5 tons of medicines and medical supplies. We are aware, Mr. President, that the immediate trigger were the terror attacks in Israel on 7 October, which were shocking and deserve our unequivocal condemnation. There can be no justification for terrorism and hostage-taking. Our thoughts are with those who have been taken as hostages. While we welcome the news of the release of the hostages, we also call for the immediate and unconditional release of the remaining hostages. India has a zero-tolerance approach to terrorism. We also believe that there is a universal obligation to observe international humanitarian law. I will add, Mr. President, that since the start of the conflict, my Prime Minister and External Affairs Minister have been in close contact with leaders of the region and beyond, where they have emphasized a consistent message that it is important to prevent escalation, ensure continued delivery of humanitarian aid, and work towards an early restoration of peace and stability. Along with restraint, they have also emphasized a peaceful resolution of the conflict through dialogue and diplomacy. India also urges the parties to work toward creating conditions necessary for peace and the restarting of direct negotiations between the parties, including through an eschewing of violence and de-escalation. India has always supported a negotiated two-state solution to the Israel-Palestine issue, leading to the establishment of a sovereign, independent, and viable state of Palestine, living within secure and recognized borders, side by side in peace with Israel. India, on its part, Mr. President, will continue to support the Palestinian people through our bilateral development partnership, which covers a wide range of sectors, including health, education, women's empowerment, entrepreneurship, and information technology, and will also continue to send humanitarian assistance to the people of Palestine. And as I conclude, Mr. President, let me reaffirm India's firm commitment to achieving a just, peaceful, and lasting solution to the Israel-Palestine issue. We firmly believe that not only a two-state solution achieved through direct and meaningful negotiations between both sides on final status issues will deliver an enduring peace that the people of Israel and Palestine desire and deserve. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of India. And now I have pleasure to give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela robustly condemns the Israeli aggression against the civilian population in the occupied Palestinian territories. This is an operation of mass expulsion of an entire people in order to annex their territory by the occupying power. It's a new cycle of expansionist terror of so many that have been suffered by the Palestinian people over 75 years of occupation. Over the last 8 weeks, we have seen an escalation of the crimes perpetrated by the Israeli regime against the Palestinian people. Almost 15,000 innocent civilians have been murdered by the occupation forces in the Gaza Strip, mainly women and children, in an operation of ethnic cleansing, which has not even spared the staff of the United Nations that have also been massacred. It is repugnant to see how, despite the cruelty of the facts that are on view to the world, the government of the United States of America and its satellites aim to justify the unjustifiable, that the occupying power is carrying out a genocide against the Palestinian people, as defined in the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide and the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. We ask ourselves, where are those who in other cases rush to apply the responsibility to protect, but now are ignoring the human rights of Palestinians submitted to the Israeli occupation? Where are the activists on the Code of Conduct of the Security Council against genocide, or those advocating for a reduction in the right of veto in the Security Council when mass atrocities are being committed? Their silence makes them an accomplice in these crimes. We called for a condemnation in the firmest terms of the criminal policies of Israel against the civilian population. The United Nations must act with determination, including the Secretariat, that has a crucial role to play in preserving the right to life of millions of innocent people. We cannot allow that our actions and our omissions make us jointly responsible for the annihilation of an entire people. Mr. President, Israel has no intention of putting an end to the occupation. On the contrary, it aims to wrest control of the entire occupied Palestinian territory while it alters the demographic situation, repressing Palestinians and privileging Israeli settlers. This is a case of the imposition of a system of apartheid. To this reality, we must add the destruction of tens of thousands of dwellings, the forced displacement of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, as well as the deliberate attacks against vital infrastructure. Mr. President, today we must make progress as a matter of urgency in at least 3 critical areas. Firstly, we must put an end to the cycle of impunity. Israel must be held accountable by international justice for the crimes against humanity and war crimes that it has been committing over years, as well as for the genocide underway today. The international impunity provided to it by a government of one of its main partners that is a permanent member of the Security Council. This encourages the crimes committed daily by Israel. Secondly, whilst the occupying power continues with its policies of shoot to kill, bombing schools, hospitals, housing, refugee centres or food storage facilities, as well as the systemic violence on the part of Israeli settlers against the innocent civilian population, we must apply provisional measures under international humanitarian law that will guarantee the international protection of the Palestinian people. And thirdly, an end must be put to the illegal settlement policy, the evictions and demolition of homes, the expropriation of Palestinian land, to the arbitrary detentions of innocent Palestinian civilians, and the persecution of civil society Palestinian organizations. We must repudiate those who call for the use of weapons of mass destruction against the Palestinian people and that encourage fanatical groups to commit hate crimes or attack religious sites. Mr. President, on the other hand, we insist on our rejection of the lack of compliance with the provisions of Resolution 497 of the Security Council, which for more than 40 years now has demanded the withdrawal of Israel from the Syrian Golan. And we also reject any actions taken by the occupying power to change the demographic or legal situation of the occupied Syrian Golan. We reject any measures that use force to exercise jurisdiction and administration in this territory. The time has come for this General Assembly to demand concrete action, and that's why we urge a vote in favour of all of the draft resolutions tabled today under items 39 and 40 of the programme of work. Finally, we reaffirm our solidarity with the Palestinian people, as well as our support for their self-determination and a Palestinian state that is independent and sovereign within the pre-1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital and as a full member of the United Nations. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Venezuela, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Philippines.
Mr. President, a few days ago, we celebrated the release of a Filipino national, one of the first 24 hostages freed by Hamas after nearly 50 days in captivity in Gaza. He will soon be reunited with his family and loved ones in the Philippines. As we gather today, we are optimistic that the negotiations leading to this humanitarian pause will further expedite the delivery of aid to Gaza and facilitate the swift release of all remaining hostages. We commend the efforts of all parties involved in this diplomatic breakthrough. The Philippines reiterates its dedication to supporting peace and stability in the Middle East with a focused commitment to resolving the Israeli-Hamas hostilities. The presence of a significant Filipino community in the Middle East and Israel accentuates the relevance of this issue to the Philippines and highlights the importance of our profound concern about the peace process. The Philippines supports the full and immediate implementation of the resolution on protection of civilians and upholding legal and humanitarian obligations adopted by the 10th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly in the UN Security Council Resolution 2712 on urgent and extended humanitarian pauses and corridors in Gaza. We recognize the staggering loss of life and the suffering of all civilians affected by the conflict and condemn all forms of violence and aggression from any party. The safety and security of all civilians is essential, and critical facilities, including humanitarian shelters and hospitals, need to continue to address the humanitarian needs of those affected in sustained and resolute manner. The Philippines stands in solemn solidarity with the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East and the families of over 100 brave personnel who perished since October 7 while on duty in Gaza. We honor their sacrifice in the name of peace. We support the efforts of the United Nations to deliver urgent humanitarian assistance and essential supplies to Palestinian civilians and caught in the midst of the conflict in Gaza, and commend UNRWA and UNOCHA and other related UN agencies for their efforts and sacrifice amidst these challenging times. The Philippines recognizes that the resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is key to the region's peace and stability. We urge all concerned parties to immediately put in place urgent solutions that would prevent the conflict from further escalating, spreading, and protracting. It is in the interest of Israeli and Palestinian civilians and all states in the region that this conflict does not spread further beyond Gaza and engulfing the wider region in conflict. We support the peaceful implementation of all UN resolutions and initiatives towards the resolution of the Middle East conflict and support all efforts to revive the Middle East peace process. The Philippines reiterates its firm support for a two-state solution consistently aligned with relevant UN resolutions and international agreements. Both Israelis and Palestinians deserve a future where their rights and aspirations and security are recognized and upheld. Given the significant impact of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict on the region's stability, we believe that a lasting resolution can only emerge from diplomatic engagement, dialogue, and comprehensive negotiation between the parties involved, all rooted in international law. Mr. President, collective action and meaningful dialogue are cornerstones of true peace. The Philippines is dedicated to fostering a deeper understanding and collaborative efforts as we navigate this complex and layered issue with a comprehensive and sustained approach. We call upon nations, communities, and individuals dedicated to our shared human values to be united in this endeavor, not just in seeking temporary relief, but in pursuing lasting peace and dignity for all within the region. It is in unity that we find our greatest hope for a peaceful future in the Middle East. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Filipinas. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Kingdom of Morocco.
Mr. President, at the outset, I would like to thank you and Ambassador Nyang and the members of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People for the efforts made by the committee to find a settlement to the question of Palestine according to international resolution. This annual debate coincides with a very delicate juncture, not only for the question of Palestine, which is the core of peace in the Middle East, but also because of upheavals in the region. The Kingdom of Morocco, under the leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the chair of the Quds Committee, attaches great importance to the question of Palestine. We believe the question of Palestine is the core issue in the Middle East. The Kingdom of Morocco reiterates its grave concern over the deterioration of the humanitarian situation in Gaza and the loss of lives and the destruction of civilian infrastructure. The Kingdom of Morocco stressed that these escalatory steps by Israel are inconsistent with international law, with international values, and undermine the prospects of peace in the region. The Kingdom of Morocco welcomes the temporary truce to stop hostilities in Gaza. We value the efforts by Qatar, Egypt, and the United States that led to the conclusion of this important agreement, which can lead to a ceasefire, a permanent ceasefire. The Kingdom of Morocco stresses the importance of protecting all civilians and not targeting civilians. According to international law, international humanitarian law, it is also important to ensure the delivery of humanitarian aid, the delivery of sufficient amounts of humanitarian aid. It is important to release detainees and hostages and create political prospects for the settlement of the question of Palestine. We reject the forced displacement of Palestinians and any threat to the national security of neighboring states. The adoption of two resolutions, Security Council resolutions 2712 and the resolution during the emergency special session, reflects the desire by the international community to stop this war. In addition, any unilateral measures that are inconsistent with international law, including in Jerusalem, lead to more schism between the Israelis and Palestinians, and would also push for more violence and radicalization. Mr. President, His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God protect him, in his statement before the extraordinary session in Riyadh, and I quote, "We must address this urgent situation and we must shoulder our responsibility. There is no peace in the region without granting the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinian people as part of the two-state solution. There is no alternative to an independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital. There is no alternative to the Palestinian Authority under the leadership of Mahmoud Abbas. There is no alternative to permanent security arrangements without relying on international resolutions." End of quote. Mr. President, King Mohammed VI, as chair of the Quds Committee, is following with great concern the developments in the question of Palestine. He calls for getting out of the cycle of violence towards more cooperation to achieve prosperity for all the nations of the region. His Majesty stresses the importance of upholding the religious heritage in Jerusalem. It's a common heritage of mankind, and it's a sacred place for the worshippers of the three Abrahamic religions. It is a symbol for coexistence, as stated in the Quds Call that was signed by Pope Francis and His Majesty. Al-Quds Committee is playing its practical and political role to support the Palestinian people in general and Jerusalemites in particular. These efforts complement efforts by His Majesty and efforts made on the ground under the personal supervision of His Majesty. Beit al-Mal agency has sent assistance to hospitals that are dealing with a dire social and medical situation in Gaza as a result of the current developments. The Kingdom of Morocco, under instructions of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, has presented more aid to Palestine. In conclusion, Mr. President, the Kingdom of Morocco reiterates its firm commitment to the question of Palestine, to the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people. First and foremost, their right to establish an independent Palestinian state along the lines of the 4th of June 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital, living side by side with Israel as the only way to ensure peace and stability in the region. I thank you.
Distinguished representative of the Kingdom of Morocco, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, we take the floor to address yet another one-sided, disproportionate, detached, and biased briefing, fueled by a distorted and destructive political agenda. The deep hypocrisies and systematic bias weaponized against Israel at the United Nations is based on a false narrative which not only entrenches and perpetuates conflict, but enables and encourages hatred and violence. In the wake of Hamas's October 7th massacre, the UN's twisted anti-Israel bias has been on clear display for the world to see. Thousands of savage Hamas terrorists flooded Israel, carrying out the most widespread and brutal bloodshed of the Jewish people since the dark days of the Holocaust. More than 1,200 Israelis were murdered, raped, and brutalized. 240 were taken hostage, among them 40 children and babies. The extent of Hamas's atrocities has not been addressed or recognized by the United Nations agencies, and especially not by the committee debated here today, let alone was it condemned. It is incomprehensible that the United Nations finance and resources are invested in the work of a committee which completely ignores Hamas's savage brutality and terror. Instead of denouncing heinous acts of terror by Hamas, instead of denouncing slaughter of children, burning of entire families, mass rape of women, this assembly continues to pass resolutions year after year exclusively condemning Israel, while remaining silent in the face of the most heinous crimes committed by Hamas terrorists. This is the textbook definition of a double standard. It is also the textbook definition of anti-Semitism. It is reprehensible that we are once again forced to bear witness to the charade of these halls, ignoring atrocities for the mere sake of demonizing Israel, all while this body gives it its full backing. This report is the product of an illegitimate mandate and is drafted by those who come to the table with a predetermined and discriminatory agenda against Israel. As we stated in the past, Israel strongly objects to the continued operation of this committee. The committee and the debate's sole purpose is clear: to systematically promote anti-Israeli agenda. The very fact that this committee uses UN resources to fund propaganda against a fellow member state is not only unprecedented, but is disgraceful. In this committee's reports, you will not find any reference to the way in which Hamas has imposed its brutal policies on the Palestinian people in Gaza. Nor will you see mention of Hamas diverting humanitarian aid to fund its terrorist activities. You will not read about Hamas seizing goods and raw materials, or about Hamas looting of humanitarian supplies and using them to build terror tunnels and stockpile weapons. You will not hear about the atrocities committed on October 7th. Why would you? It does not fit the agenda of the committee. The committee has been propagating since its inception, despite the fact that you cannot attempt to solve a question without addressing the problem: Palestinian terror driven by genocidal ideology. This is just another example of the infamous double standard reality that Israel faces daily in the halls of the United Nations. For years, many in these halls have given Hamas a free pass. They have shielded terrorist organizations who seek Israel's destruction. They have legitimized their action. They have allowed them to embed themselves within and underneath civilian population. And despite the horrors endured by Israelis on October 7th, it is business as usual at the United Nations. This committee and the supporters will not mention Hamas. They will not condemn violence perpetrated against children and women in their bedrooms. They will not condemn Hamas's use of Palestinians as human shields. And it's no surprise that a body which refuses to denounce the mass murder and rape of Israelis will also, later today, adopt a resolution which ignores a regime responsible for the mass murdering of hundreds of thousands of its own civilians, including with the use of chemical weapons. Instead, the same terror-supporting actors will continue to weaponize this institution against the only democratic Jewish state. Israel will not stand for that. Even if we're one of the only voices of reason willing to stand up to this deranged insanity, we will. We will call to vote against your destructive resolutions. We will call to end your open-ended use of UN mandates and funds for political agendas. And we will call for an end to the United Nations' cynical campaign against the state of Israel. Israel will not be deterred. Not by savage Hamas terrorists, not by the state, their state and non-state supporters, and certainly not by one-sided briefings and resolutions assembled by ruinous UN committees. Thank you, President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Israel, and now I have the pleasure to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Guyana.
Mr. President, Guyana aligns itself with the statement delivered by the distinguished representative of Jamaica on behalf of CARICOM and makes a further contribution in its national capacity. Mr. President, We meet at a particularly difficult juncture of the Palestinian people's struggle for justice, freedom, peace, and self-determination. The information presented in the reports of the Committee for the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People and the United Nations Conference for Trade and Development present the grim realities of the Palestinians' existence, realities that have worsened exponentially in recent weeks. These realities evidence the deepening political, humanitarian, and economic crisis which the Palestinian people are enduring. They also point to the urgent obligation of the United Nations to secure a permanent and just solution to the question of Palestine. Mr. President, the fundamental reason for the terrible circumstances under which the Palestinian people live remains unchanged. They are denied the right to self-determination and are forced to carry the weight of an oppressive occupation on their backs. This oppression manifests in human rights violations of various sorts, including forced evictions, displacement of communities, confiscation of properties, killing of innocent civilians, grave violations against children, restriction on freedom of movements, among others. Further, Israeli illegal settlement activity has accelerated in contravention of Security Council Resolution 2334 of 2016, which reaffirmed that such settlements have no legal validity. Humanitarian responses to the plight of the Palestinian people, though important, can never substitute for a human rights-based approach. A human rights-based approach is the only way to address the fundamental challenge to the Palestinians' right to self-determination. It is the only way to advance a permanent solution to the question of Palestine. It will signal respect for and recognition of the dignity of the Palestinian people. For these reasons, Guyana reaffirms its support of the General Assembly's request for an advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice regarding, inter alia, the legal consequences of the ongoing violation by Israel of the right to self-determination of the Palestinian people. Mr. President, the events of 7th October and the occupying powers' cataclysmic response to those events continue to reverberate around the globe. Three phrases in particular have resonated deeply and give an accurate sense of the depth of the catastrophe. 1, no place is safe in Gaza. 2, Gaza has become a graveyard for children. And 3, the cost of this war will be measured in children's lives. There shall be no impunity for the flagrant violations of international law, including international human rights law and international humanitarian law, that we have witnessed on 7th of October and the week since. Guyana calls for the relevant judicial organs, including the International Criminal Court, to ensure accountability for all crimes. Mr. President, the humanitarian truce between Hamas and Israel, which took effect last Friday and was extended for a further 2 days, is a welcome first step towards a complete cessation of hostilities. Guyana calls for a permanent ceasefire. This is critical for the population of the Gaza Strip to begin rebuilding their lives. Mr. President, Guyana calls for focused discussions on practical measures for reestablishing dialogue between Israel and Palestine towards the achievement of the two-state solution. We reaffirm the two-state solution based on the pre-1967 borders as the only just solution to the question of Palestine. Allow me to conclude by paying tribute to all those who have paid the ultimate price in the Palestinian struggle to live in freedom, peace, and dignity. For those who died in the Nakba, to those whose lives were snuffed out on 7th October and the weeks following. Guyana also acknowledges the plight of all Palestinian refugees and internally displaced persons. We commit to continue working with the international community for the implementation of a permanent solution to the question of Palestine. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Guyana. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Argentina.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Argentina reiterates our serious concern given the current situation in the Middle East, in particular in the Gaza Strip since the 7th of October. My country once again expresses our robust and unequivocal condemnation of the terrorist attacks of Hamas against Israel and reaffirm our condemnation of terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. Argentina recognizes the right of Israel to act in legitimate defense, but the measures taken must respect international humanitarian law, in particular as it relates to the principles of distinction and proportionality in accordance with the Fourth Geneva Convention and its additional protocols. We reiterate our condemnation of the attacks against civilians, and we call for an end to attacks on civilian infrastructure in Gaza, in particular hospitals, schools, refugee reception centers, amongst others. We welcome the fact that last week it was possible to achieve an agreement for a truce. Argentina recognizes and is grateful for the mediation carried out by Qatar and the efforts of Egypt and the United States to achieve this. We welcome the fact that there has been a release of some hostages by Hamas, and we reiterate our call for this urgent and unconditional release of all hostages to continue, amongst them Argentinians who are still being held captive. The humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip is now a disaster. We hope that from the beginning of this truce, the entry of humanitarian assistance will be normalized so that it can reach the population affected sustainably and urgently. We recognize the important work that is being done by humanitarian workers on the ground, both those that are part of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East, as well as those belonging to other organizations that are fulfilling this task. In order to cooperate with the humanitarian efforts of the international community, Argentina, through the Argentine Agency for International Cooperation and Humanitarian Assistance, White Helmets, and in cooperation with the International Red Cross, have organized 2 humanitarian actions to help civilian Palestinians, together with 2 expert missions to cooperate on efforts with the Egyptian Red Crescent, and we would particularly like to thank the government of Egypt for all of the help that they provided us. Although today our attention is focused on the Gaza Strip, we cannot lose sight of the fact that violence has also increased in the West Bank. We are particularly concerned at the violent actions of Israeli settlers against Palestinian civilians. My country reiterates that the Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories, and particular in the West Bank and in East Jerusalem, are contrary to international law. They hinder peace and they weaken the prospect for a two-state solution. The gravity of the conflict that has become worse since the 7th of October shows that the status quo is not sustainable, and that what we need is to urgently resume negotiations aimed at achieving peace in the Middle East. Under the current circumstances, not only should we focus our efforts on avoiding a greater destabilization within the region, but also we should focus on bringing about a revitalization of the peace process. In this regard, Argentina joins in all calls aimed at achieving a sustained ceasefire and permanent ceasefire. For my country, there is no military solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and it is only through a resumption of negotiations between the parties in accordance with international law, the relevant resolutions of the General Assembly and the Security Council, and the pre-existing agreements between the parties, that a just and lasting peace will be achievable. This peace must be founded on the recognition of the right of the State of Israel to live in peace with its neighbors within secure and internationally recognized borders, as well as the right of the Palestinian people to establish an independent state on the basis of the 1967 borders and in accordance with what the parties determine in the process of negotiations. The international community represented in this General Assembly of the United Nations must renew its compromise, its commitment to peace in the Middle East to the benefit of all peoples in the region. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Argentina. We have heard the last speaker in the debate on this item for this meeting. We shall hear the remaining speakers this afternoon at 3 p.m. in this hall. The meeting is adjourned.
The 48th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The General Assembly will continue its consideration of Agenda Item 35 entitled Question of Palestine. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Chile.
Mr. President, Chile is grateful for the report of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People, covering the period between 2 September 2022 and 31 August 2023. This report describes a desolate panorama in the territory of the occupied Palestinian territories, including East Jerusalem, characterized by an increase in violations of human rights of the Palestinian civilian population, including women and children. It is also characterized by an increase in settlement activities and progressive annexation. This panorama is dwarfed by the consequences of the recent military operations by Israel in Gaza, initiated on 7 October. Clearly, the exercise of force in the context of legitimate defense of one state that has been attacked should be guided by international humanitarian law. This requirement has not been met since there has been bombings of civilian housing, public infrastructure, educational centers, healthcare centers, including UNRWA's premises themselves. However, we observe with hope that there's a recent humanitarian pause, which has made it possible for Israeli civilians to return who had been kept as hostages. We raise our voice to call for an immediate ceasefire and release all the hostages unconditionally and implementation immediately of the proposal, the 10-point proposal, USG on Humanitarian Affairs and Coordinator for Emergency Relief of the United Nations, OCHA, Mr. Martin Griffiths. We also note with deep-seated concern the report of 20 October 2023 of the Special Rapporteur on the human rights situation in the occupied Palestinian territory, Francesca Albanese. And she pointed out that since 1967, more than 800,000 Palestinian people, including children, some only 12 years old, have been arrested and detained under enacted authoritarian rules which were implemented and judged by Israeli army. We encourage a continuation of the dialogue to allow for the release of all hostages being held by Hamas and the release of Palestinian prisoners. We applaud the announcement of an extension of the humanitarian pause. However, this very fragile situation requires ongoing efforts to allow for greater and constant entry of urgent and necessary assistance to the Gaza Strip. We urgently call on the parties to the conflict to convert this humanitarian pause into a permanent ceasefire and to put an end to the Palestinian civilian suffering. Mr. President, it's demoralizing and paradoxical that as we approach the commemoration of the 75 years of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which was drafted in a world that had been devastated by war and the reminder of the Holocaust, that we now have the cruel situation unfolding in the Middle East. Rapid and unimpeded humanitarian access to Gaza is of the greatest urgency, and ongoing of the current situation will only lead to more lives lost. The situation of the shelters continues to be critical, and assistance available is limited. There's no additional space to accommodate the growing numbers of internally displaced persons who are seeking refuge in the more than 150 sites of UNRWA throughout the Gaza Strip, as well as the increasing deterioration of the conditions which are worsening things. We're very concerned by the fact that if there's no agreement on a definitive ceasefire, there will be a resumption of the cycle of violence, the impact of which will be on the loss of lives and also affect women and children in their greatest majority. Mr. President, Chile will actively work to seek and achieve justice, and we request that all those who are involved in investigating international entities that have jurisdiction in this area determine as soon as possible who is possibly responsible and who is involved. Chile will not remain indifferent to the current situation and the pain of the Palestinian people. We must work in order to create the conditions amongst all so that this war ends and to begin a process of dialogue which is genuine and productive and that will make it possible to move towards the existence of two states, recognizing the right of Israel and Palestine to coexist in peace within secure, mutually agreed and internationally agreed borders in accordance with the provisions of the resolutions adopted by the United Nations. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Chile. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia.
Mr. President, I would like at the outset to thank you for convening this meeting. I also thank His Excellency the Secretary General and the Chair of the UN Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People for the reports before us under the item under discussion. I associate myself to the statement delivered by the Sultanate of Oman on behalf of the GCC countries. Mr. President, Gaza is witnessing brutal crimes against defenseless civilians, a destruction of the facilities and infrastructure, including health facilities and places of worship. Hence, the need for a collective effort to put an end to this humanitarian crisis that continues to escalate by the day and to find a definitive solution. We reaffirm our strong rejection of these operations, which have killed thousands of children, women, and elderly. We call for an immediate end of military operations and to providing humanitarian corridors to relieve the civilians and to allow international humanitarian organizations to play their role. The Kingdom has made relentless efforts since the onset of the events to assist and protect civilians in the Gaza Strip. It has provided humanitarian and relief assistance by air and sea. It has launched urgent public fundraising campaigns, which has raised so far more than $500 million Saudi riyals. The Kingdom called for the convening of an extraordinary joint Islamic and Arab summit in Riyadh on the 11th of November to discuss the Israeli aggression. The summit adopted a resolution condemning the Israeli aggression against the Gaza Strip and rejecting its justification under any pretext. It called for an immediate entry of humanitarian assistance convoys, including food, medicine, and fuel to the Gaza Strip. It rejects the forcible displacement of the Palestinian people and condemns the destruction by Israel of hospitals in the Gaza Strip. It calls for engaging on behalf of all the member states in the OIC and the League of Arab States to come up with a position against the aggression on Gaza. It urges to put pressure to launch a serious political process to achieve a comprehensive and just peace in line with international legal instruments. Mr. President, in the context of the efforts aiming to de-escalate, protect civilians, and deliver humanitarian assistance to our brothers in the Gaza Strip, the Kingdom welcomes the humanitarian pause which started last Friday. We commend the efforts of Qatar, Egypt, and the US, and we call for a comprehensive pause of military operations for the protection of civilians and their relief, and for releasing detainees and prisoners. We call for a full implementation of the Security Council resolution adopted on the 15th of November and calls for the establishment of pauses and humanitarian corridors to save what can be saved, especially children. We reaffirm the resolution of the General Assembly adopted on the 27th of October, which calls for an immediate ceasefire and the delivery of assistance, and we call for an immediate implementation of all these resolutions without any conditions. My country strongly condemns the ongoing Israeli crimes against the Palestinian people, including the use of internationally prohibited weapons. We call upon the international community to hold the Israeli occupation forces accountable for these inhumane crimes, which are tantamount to a blatant violation of international humanitarian law. We warn against double standards and selectivity in committing to UN laws and resolutions. This has serious consequences that go beyond this crisis and undermine the legitimacy of the global order, which in turn reflects negatively on our ability to maintain international peace and security. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia reiterates its strong condemnation and rejection of any attempt to annex the settlements in the West Bank to Israel. This represents a blatant violation of the UN Charter and principles of international law and a violation of relevant international resolutions, including Security Council Resolution 2334 of 2016 and the advisory opinion of the ICJ for 2004, as well as the Fourth Geneva Convention of 1949. We also condemn the fact that Israel continues to build settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories. We urge the international community to put pressure on the Israeli authorities to end settlements and to implement relevant international laws and resolutions. The Kingdom condemns the repeated incursions of the Holy Al-Aqsa compound by settlers and Israeli officials with the protection of the Israeli occupation forces. These incursions are a grave violation of international law, of the status quo of Jerusalem and its holy sites, and a violation of the sanctity of the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the provocation of the Muslims worldwide. We strongly condemn all the Israeli practices aiming at changing the legal and historical status quo of Al-Aqsa Mosque, encouraging its division, and we reaffirm that these ongoing violations and attacks against the holy sites increase tensions, undermine peace efforts, and lead us into an ongoing cycle of violence. In conclusion, Mr. President, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia believes that we cannot achieve stability and security in Palestine except through the implementation of international resolutions pertaining to the two-state solution to allow the Palestinian people to achieve their legitimate rights and establish an independent Palestinian state, a sovereign state along the borders of 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital. We commend all the efforts that will be made, especially by the permanent members of the Security Council, to reach a just peace for all. We commend the role and efforts of the international community represented by the General Assembly to assist the brotherly Palestinian people by supporting the efforts of the State of Palestine to achieve independence and self-determination on their occupied land. We reaffirm the need for the Israeli occupation forces to heed the calls for peace, namely the Arab Peace Initiative, and to engage in serious negotiations in good faith to achieve peace based on the two-state solution. This would allow to achieve security and stability in this vital region of the world. Thank you, President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Norway.
President, it remains Norway's firm position that only a negotiated two-state solution based on the internationally agreed parameters can lead to durable peace. The period after 7 October has clearly illustrated that lasting stability between Israel and Palestine, and not least in the region, cannot be achieved without addressing the question of Palestine. More than 7 weeks of hostilities in Gaza and Israel have led to a scale of human suffering that is unprecedented and that has shocked the world. This includes the heinous terrorist attack by Hamas on October 7, which Norway has condemned, and Israel's military operations in Gaza, which is not compatible with the protection of civilians required by international humanitarian law. It has gone too far. We reiterate our call for a durable and sustained humanitarian ceasefire. We condemn the attacks against civilians and UN workers, and we pay tribute to the heroic efforts of Palestinian humanitarian and health workers who are risking their lives in order to alleviate the suffering of others. Norway has been clear about Israel's right to self-defense within the limitations of international law, and that all military operations must be in line with the international humanitarian law. We have particularly emphasized that both parties to the conflict must protect civilians affected by the hostilities and humanitarian workers. President, for the past 4 or 5 days, the world has witnessed what can be achieved when the guns are silenced. Norway welcomes the steps taken by the parties over the past days to commit to a temporary humanitarian pause and to release of hostages. We thank Qatar, Egypt, the United States, as well as the ICRC for their efforts to facilitate the agreement. The pause in the fighting has allowed the UN and partners to scale up delivery of humanitarian assistance to Gaza, including to the northern parts. We urge all parties to further extend the agreement beyond the current pause, to release the remaining hostages, and to cease hostilities. President, access must be dramatically improved and sustained. Humanitarians cannot be the main provider of all goods to Gaza. We need to discuss how commercial goods can start crossing over to Gaza and to re-establish local markets. President, the current situation is unbearable. It leads to unacceptable human suffering. It increases regional tensions, and it undermines diplomacy and prospects for a durable solution. We urge Israeli and Palestinian leaders to commit to a process that could constitute a peaceful path towards a lasting settlement. The international community must continue to support Palestinian institution building and the unification of all of Palestine under one legitimate authority. Israel must stop policies and actions that weaken the Palestinian Authority. If the critical financial situation of the West Bank and, in the worst case, a collapse, this could lead to further destabilization of the West Bank and, in the worst case, a collapse of the PA institutions. We have repeatedly expressed our deep concern over the continuing expansion of illegal Israeli settlements in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. The settlements, as well as the violence perpetrated by settlers, have reached an unprecedented scale and must stop. President, Norway will continue its efforts to stabilize and strengthen Palestinian institutions as chair of the donor group to Palestine, the AHLC. And finally, to reiterate our core message, only a negotiated two-state solution can achieve lasting and durable peace between Israel and Palestine and in the region. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Norway. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Lao People's Democratic Republic.
Mr. President, my delegation appreciates the work carried out by the Committee on the Exercise of Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People We express our sincere gratitude to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his relentless efforts to address this long overdue issue. The question of Palestine has been the longest unresolved issue on the agenda of the United Nations. Throughout the past 7 decades, the United Nations has adopted numerous resolutions with the objective to ensure that the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people are fully respected. Yet, the Palestinian people, in their legitimate quest for dignity, justice, and inalienable rights to self-determination in their independent and viable state of Palestine, has not been realized. Mr. President, the Laupida is deeply concerned over the ongoing deteriorating security situation and humanitarian crisis in Gaza. We express our sincere condolences on the heavy loss of lives and properties exacerbated by the current violent hostilities. In this regard, the Laupida joins the international community in the urgent call for an immediate, durable, sustained humanitarian ceasefire in order for all essential assistance to swiftly, safely reach all civilians in Gaza, as stipulated in the General Assembly resolution adopted on 27 October. We continue our persistent call for the resumption of diplomatic negotiations, and all actions must be fully complied with the obligations under international law, especially the international humanitarian law. All civilians must be protected with rapid, safe, and unhindered humanitarian assistance to prevent another major catastrophe. The Laupida firmly believes that a lasting peace in the Middle East remains vital, not only for the region, but for the world at large. In this connection, we reaffirm our consistent support for the global collective efforts aimed at pursuing a just and peaceful solution to the long overdue Israeli-Palestinian conflict. To this end, it is vital to ensure that all parties concerned live up to their commitments and refrain from taking any further actions which will jeopardize the peace process. Mr. President, in commemorating the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people this year, the Laupida reaffirmed its long-standing support for the independence, sovereignty of the State of Palestine, and peaceful resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, respecting the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, including their rights to self-determination. We support the State of Palestine's full membership in the United Nations. In conclusion, the Laupida commends the continued efforts by the international community, especially all UN personnel, non-governmental organizations who continue to risk their lives working tirelessly in the conflict areas in order to provide necessary assistance and prevent further humanitarian crises. We must strive to build the foundation of hope for the Palestinian people. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Laos People's Democratic Republic. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mexico.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, on the eve of the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people, I'll be focusing my remarks on highlighting the main items of the message of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mexico, Alicia Bárcena Ibarra, with a view to commemorating it. Given the imperative situation in the Gaza Strip, which stems from the attacks that started on the 7th of October, Mexico reiterates its vigorous call for a lasting cessation of hostility. Mexico recognizes the efforts of mediation of Qatar, as well as those of Egypt and the United States, which made it possible in recent days to release some of the hostages detained by Hamas and to provide for humanitarian truce for 4 days, which has been extended by 2 more days. We reiterate our call for the release of all persons kidnapped by Hamas, including 2 Mexican citizens, and we call for respect, scrupulous respect of the international humanitarian law. Most particularly, it's important to put an end to the indiscriminate attacks and violence against civilians, both by the Israeli army and by Hamas and other extremist organizations located in Gaza. In order to lift the state of siege, which is currently prevailing for the people of the Strip, and thus prevent a further unraveling of the humanitarian situation in the region. Mexico references its support to all efforts geared to establishing a fair and lasting peace in the region. Peace must be cemented in mutual respect and anchored in full attachment to international law. My country will continue to support the efforts of the international community in its quest for a comprehensive and definitive solution to the conflict under the premise of 2 states, which would make it possible to consolidate a viable Palestinian state economically and politically that would live together with Israel within safe and internationally recognized borders in keeping with international law and the relevant resolutions of the United Nations. Moreover, aware of the grave humanitarian situation in the region, it is my pleasure to share that this year the government of Mexico will increase its voluntary contributions to UNRWA in recognition of its humanitarian work, which today is more necessary than ever in order to assist and protect some 6 million Palestinian refugees in the region. Mr. President, we urge all parties to the conflict to emphasize peace and to focus their efforts on a permanent cessation of hostilities. This long and complex conflict will see a viable solution only through dialogue and political commitment. It is indispensable to put an end to the current spiral of violence which is threatening the entire region, and it's important to take advantage of each opportunity that presents itself to activate a political process that responds to the needs, the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinian people and guarantee the security of Israel.
Of Mexico. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Algeria.
Mr. President, we convene once again at our annual meeting to address the Palestinian questions. As illuminated by the Secretary General's report, the plight of the Palestinian people was already there prior to October 7th. We witnessed heightened attacks on Palestinians in the West Bank by both occupation forces and settlers, desecration of Holy City in Jerusalem, and the unjust siege in the beleaguered Gaza Strip. The Palestinian people endure continued suffering under occupation, and their predicament remains unalleviated. Regrettably, there is a lack of proactive initiative to ameliorate their situations, compounded by the international community failure to enforce United Nations resolutions and fulfill its legal and moral obligation. Recently, we witnessed unprecedented assault by occupation forces resulting in over 50,000 casualties, with a staggering 70% being children and women. My country unequivocally condemns these attacks and implores the international community to intervene and bring an end to this violence. We express gratitude for the General Assembly Resolution ES 10/21 and Security Council Resolution 2712 that represent an initial step towards ending the bloodshed the Palestinian people is facing. The resolution underscores the imperative to uphold international humanitarian law, protect civilians, and establish a lasting ceasefire essential for the reconstruction of the Gaza Strip. It is paramount not to divert our attention from the West Bank, where occupation forces continue to wreak havoc, causing numerous casualties and detaining hundreds. We strongly denounce the approval of a new settlement plan by the occupation authorities, a blatant violation of Resolution 2334 that escalates tensions in the region. Mr. President, Algeria reiterates its unwavering support for the Palestinian people's inalienable right, including the right to self-determination and the establishment of an independent sovereign state with Jerusalem as its capital. We emphasize the preservation of Jerusalem's legal and historical status, including its Islamic and Christian holy seat, such as the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Algeria supports the Palestinian quest for full United Nations membership, viewing it as a catalyst for achieving a politically acceptable settlement in accordance with international legitimacy. Mr. President, in conclusion, the Palestinian issues hold a unique significance for the region peoples, and the prolonged deadlock poses a severe threat to international peace and security. It is imperative to address the root causes comprehensively by ending the occupation of Palestinian territories, empowering the Palestinian people, and ensuring their inalienable right to self-determination for the establishment of their independent state with Jerusalem as its capital. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Algeria. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Vietnam.
Mr. President, the latest outbreak of violence in Gaza and the West Bank only demonstrates the continued volatility of the situation, which has for many years been on the agenda of the General Assembly. Regarding the current situation in the Middle East, Vietnam takes note of the recent announcement extending the humanitarian pause in Gaza and ongoing release of hostages. The scaling up of delivery of humanitarian aid in and across Gaza by the UN and other partners is also much noted. It is critical that safe access and a continuous flow of humanitarian aid are delivered to alleviate the dire need of all those in need. We remain deeply concerned at the ongoing circle of violence and tensions and strongly condemns all indiscriminate attacks targeting civilians, humanitarian personnel, essential civilian infrastructure, and crucial services for the survival of the population. Alongside the international community, we urgently call for cessation of hostilities, maximum restraint, respect for international humanitarian law, and the application of all necessary measures to protect human lives, including ensuring the safety and immediate release of hostages. The only path ahead should be an immediate and long-standing ceasefire and a return to negotiations that builds on current progress. Vietnam reaffirms its consistent position on resolving the Israel-Palestinian conflict through peaceful means based on respect for international law and relevant UN resolutions, including the GA resolution adopted last month at the 10th Emergency Special Session. This also encompasses the safeguarding of the legitimate interest of all parties involved and the implementation of the two-step solution. The peace process also requires strong commitments by the international community, particularly relevant partners, in facilitating a conducive environment for the cessation of hostilities, de-escalation of tensions, toward a long-lasting solution. All channels of diplomacy should be utilized, whether bilateral or multilateral. In this connection, we support all initiatives proposed by members of the international community in this direction. We appreciate the important role and contributions of UN agencies, particularly the UNRWA, and will make a contribution of $500,000 to support the UN's endeavors and express our solidarity with the people of Palestine. We also call upon the international community to provide further assistance to the Palestinian people to overcome their current hardships. In anticipation of the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people tomorrow, Vietnam extends its warmest solidarity to the state and people of Palestine and reiterates our strong support for the righteous struggle of the people of Palestine for independence and freedom. We stand ready to engage in the endeavors of the UN and the international community to promote dialogue and seek an enduring, long-term, and peaceful resolution. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Vietnam. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Tunisia.
سيد الرئيس.
Mr. President, at the outset, my delegation would like to extend its thanks and appreciation to you for convening this meeting. We express our appreciation to the Committee of the Inalienable Rights of the exercise of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people. We commend the role of the committee in helping the Palestinian people to regain its legitimate rights, including the right to self-determination, independence, and sovereignty over its territory. Mr. President, the report of the committee before us today in the General Assembly reflected the continued violations by Israel and the deteriorating political, security, social, and humanitarian situation in the occupied Palestinian territory. It also reflected the aggravating suffering of the Palestinian people as a result of the occupation and the continued practices by the occupying power, the oppression, expansion, and aggression, in complete absence of any form of accountability. As we commemorate the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people, the international community is required more than ever before to shoulder its political, legal, and moral responsibility to put an end to the violations and crimes committed by the occupying authorities and its systematic genocidal acts against the civilians in Palestine in general and in Gaza Strip in particular. On the occasion of the commemoration of the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Qais Said, made a statement of solidarity with the brotherly Palestinian people. And I would like to quote the following from his statement. Tunisia, that is standing with all its powers by the side of the Palestinian people, condemns the grave violations of international humanitarian law, met with a suspicious international silence on the one hand and unprecedented popular awareness of the Palestinian right on the other. Tunisia calls on the international community to assume its responsibility and to apply the same standards when dealing with all issues of occupation and aggression. Tunisia stresses the urgency of immediate ceasefire and the swift delivery of humanitarian assistance to those in need in Gaza and all over Palestine without conditions or impediments. Tunisia also stresses that international protection should be provided to Palestinian civilians in line with UN resolutions, and the unjust siege of Palestine and the Gaza Strip, as well as all forms of collective punishment against the Palestinian people, should come to an end. Tunisia also calls for the provision of protection and support to relief staff and humanitarian organizations on the ground. Tunisia reiterates
its unequivocal rejection of all forms and attempts of forced displacement of Palestinians, and all measures that aim at altering the demographic makeup and character and status of the occupying Palestinian territory, and to all desperate attempts to liquidate the just Palestinian cause. Tunisia is convinced that achieving peace and stability in the region can be achieved only when the occupation of all Palestinian territories and the remaining occupied Arab territories has come to an end, and a just, comprehensive, and lasting solution that brings back the Palestinian people its stolen rights that are not subject to the statute of limitation has been found. Tunisia calls on the international community to draw lessons from history, far and near, and from miseries and tragedies of the past and the present. In relation to the international efforts to have a quantum leap, including at the level of the Security Council, with a view to ending the occupation and bringing back to the Palestinian people without further delay all its legitimate internationally recognized rights. Tunisia stresses the need for adopting a new approach instead of the conventional approaches in dealing with the Palestinian cause and the unfeasible agendas, an approach that is away from bias and that is based on wisdom and farsightedness, and an approach that advocates the right values and the universal principles. Mr. President, in conclusion, my country reiterates its appreciation to the Secretary General for his positions and the UN international organizations for their efforts in dealing with the situation in Gaza. My country also reiterates the need for the international community to assume its moral responsibility to put an end to the humanitarian tragedy in the occupied Palestinian territory and to maintain the credibility and effectiveness of international law and international humanitarian law. Thank you, Mr. President.
Tunisia, I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bahrain.
Mr. President, my country extends its thanks to the Secretariat of UNCTAD for all its efforts in preparing the report entitled The Economic Costs of the Israeli Occupation for the Palestinian People, the Cost of Restriction in Area C Viewed from Above. According to the report, 2022 witnessed the highest number of destructions, including of housing, buildings, water and electricity facilities, and other infrastructure facilities that led to the displacement of thousands of Palestinians, most of which are children. At the same time, attempts of forced displacement continued. The settlement continued to expand, leading to increased sense of resentment in relation to the failure of international community to implement UN resolutions, including Resolution 2334, which reiterates that the establishment of settlements have no legal bearing and are grave violation to international law and a stumbling block before achieving the two-state solution. Mr. President, 7 weeks into the war in Gaza, the war that claimed the lives of 14,000 Palestinians, most of whom are children and women, and more than 100 UN and UNRWA personnel, and dozens of journalists. The situation in Gaza, according to reports from UN humanitarian and relief organizations, the disaster is unprecedented by all measures. The number of children who fell as casualties in this conflict surpassed the number of those killed in all conflicts over the past couple of years. Civilian infrastructure has not been spared, as well as houses of worship and schools, including those of the UNRWA. Under the siege on the Gaza Strip, the life has become unbearable. The continued conflict in Gaza is a threat to peace and security in the region at large, and with serious risk, in particular with increased violence against Palestinians in the West Bank. In this connection, Bahrain welcomes that agreement has been reached to have humanitarian pause in Gaza for 4 days and the extension for 2 more days. And Bahrain welcomes the release of a number of hostages, including women and children, which will allow the delivery of humanitarian and medical aid. Bahrain commends the mediation efforts by Qatar and Egypt and the United States. In conclusion, my delegation reiterates the position of Bahrain, the unwavering position in support of the right of Palestinian people in freedom, self-determination, and the establishment of its independent state along the borders of June 4th, 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital, on the basis of the two-state solution according to international law, the Arab Peace Initiative, and UN and General Assembly resolutions as the guarantee for coexistence between the two peoples, the Palestinian and Israeli, and to achieve the sustainable, lasting peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bangladesh.
Mr. President, I thank you for convening this important meeting on the question of Palestine. I also thank the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People for their report. Mr. President, once again, we have come to this assembly deeply saddened, terribly distressed, when more than 15,000 Palestinian civilians have been killed by Israel in the last only 52 days. Which includes at least 6,000 children and 4,000 women, comprising nearly 70% of the fatalities. And this figure did not count the thousands of Palestinians remain under the rubble of destroyed buildings. The genocide and war crimes have been continued by Israel under the watch of, quote-unquote, the civilized world. And today, WHO has issued a stark warning that more people could die from disease than from bombings in the Gaza Strip if the health and sanitation systems are not repaired, as critical infrastructures in the besieged territory has been crippled by fuel and supply shortages and targeted attacks on hospitals and United Nations facilities since Israel launched this brutal military strikes on Gaza on October 7. The ongoing temporary ceasefire is saving lives for the time being, but we strongly condemn the threats by Israel to continue its criminal aggression after the end of truce. We urge for a long-term and sustainable humanitarian truce and permanent solution to this crisis. In this regard, we reiterate our call for the immediate implementation of General Assembly Resolution ES 10/21 and Security Council Resolution 2712. We reiterate our utter condemnation of ruthless and indiscriminate killing and collective punishment of the innocent Palestinians and indiscriminate bombing on the protected facilities such as refugee camps, schools, hospitals, and religious sites in Gaza. Israeli occupying forces and extremist settlers continue to carry on with their provocations, incitement, and attacks on the Palestinian civilians in the West Bank and on the holy sites in Jerusalem, including Al-Aqsa Mosque, Al-Haram al-Sharif. We're also witnessing unfortunate and unacceptable killing of humanitarian personnel, So far, 109 UNRWA personnel have been killed by Israel. Over 80% of the population have been displaced across the Gaza Strip since 7 October. Even if we can stop this criminal aggression today, the lives of the Palestinians, the future of the young Palestinians will continue to be tormented physically, psychologically, and economically for generations, for decades to come. In this devastating situation, this august body should take effective measures against the flagrant violation of international human rights and humanitarian law by Israel. Mr. President, after 7 October, the situation in Palestine has crossed all limits beyond one's wildest nightmare. In 2022, the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, witnessed the highest number of Palestinian casualties recorded since 2006. While we are going to observe the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people tomorrow, I refer to the call of the committee to the member states and regional organizations to put pressure on Israel, the occupying power, to fulfill its responsibilities to safeguard Palestinian civilians under international law and to engage in a meaningful process of negotiations leading to the establishment of an independent and viable state of Palestine with East Jerusalem as its capital, living in peace and security within internationally recognized borders. Mr. President, it is totally unacceptable that Israel has been enjoying impunity despite its war crime, genocide, and violation of international law and UN resolutions with support from some member states. No one should allow or should be allowed to continue war crime and killing innocent civilians in the name of right to self-defense. We urge to ensure accountability and bring Israel to justice. We have joined the referral of the situation in Palestine to the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. We also recall the GA Resolution 77/247, which calls upon the International Court of Justice to provide an advisory opinion on the prolonged denial of the rights of the self-determination to the Palestinian people, on the legality of the occupation of Palestinian territory by Israel, and on the consequences for the third parties. Once again, Mr. President, the permanent solution to the question of Palestine lies in making Israel accountable for its criminal activities and establishing a sovereign, viable, independent Palestine state based on the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. I thank you all.
I thank the distinguished representative of Bangladesh. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Yemen.
Mr. President, this session is held in light of the worst humanitarian catastrophe that the Palestinian people are currently witnessing as a result of the brutal Israeli aggression exercised upon the Gaza Strip, as well as the dramatic and terrifying increase in the civilian casualties. The spread of diseases may also kill large numbers of people living in Gaza unless sufficient medical services and supplies are provided. The scope of the destruction and massacres being carried out in the Gaza Strip show that the frequency of the deaths and the killings that we see as a result of the Israeli aggression upon the Gaza Strip is unprecedented in the century. This aggression targets the Palestinian identity and the Palestinian people. It is considered a war crime, a crime against humanity, and a crime of genocide, and it must come to an end. The casualties among UN staff who have lost their lives as a result of Israel's bombing of Gaza have reached record numbers, the likes of which no other conflict has ever seen. We renew our condemnation in the strongest of terms of the barbaric Israeli aggression against Gaza and against the cities of the West Bank, as well as the targeting of civilians, most of whom are women and children. The same applies to the targeting of those working in the humanitarian field and medical staff, hospitals, infrastructure, holy sites, and schools and UNRWA facilities. The Israeli entity's belief that international stances are no more than ink on paper has emboldened it to target civilian Palestinians, especially women and children. There must be legal and criminal accountability for every civilian Palestinian victim who has fallen because of this Israeli aggression, and there must be accountability for every crime committed. We renew our rejection of all forms of selectivity in the implementation of international legal and moral norms, and we reject all kinds of impunity for the horrific crimes that the Israeli occupation forces are carrying out against the people of Palestine in the Gaza Strip and the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem. We strongly condemn the repeated insults and the immoral and unacceptable attack by the representatives of the Israeli entity against the leaders and staff of the UN and its agencies, chief among whom is His Excellency Secretary General Antonio Guterres. This attack is for no reason other than that these people have carried out their work with great competence and professionalism. These insults only seek to hinder the work of the UN and undermine its activity in light of these exceptional circumstances. This is unprecedented. This attack must immediately cease in order to protect the integrity of this organization and its effectiveness in carrying out its critical and important role. Mr. Chair, we welcome the humanitarian pause in the Gaza Strip, and we highly value the efforts made by our brothers and sisters in Qatar and the Arab Republic of Egypt and the United States of America in reaching an extendable pause and building upon it in order to achieve a full and lasting ceasefire and an end to this war. And this is to save more civilian lives, including women and children, and to allow for the entrance of more humanitarian assistance. We also recall the General Assembly Resolution L25, which has explicitly stated that the humanitarian pause should lead to a permanent ceasefire. This resolution was adopted with an overwhelming majority of the international community. We call upon the Security Council to uphold its responsibility in maintaining and safeguarding international peace and security in order to avoid attempts by certain regional powers to pour more fuel on the fire and increase the scope of this conflict in order to undermine peace and security and stability in this region and jeopardize international navigation in the Red Sea. We reaffirm the need for the Israeli occupation authorities to respect the legal and historical status of the Holy Al-Aqsa Mosque, and this includes respecting the status of the Holy Haram of Jerusalem as a sole place of worship for Muslims. It also includes respecting the role of the Jordanian Jerusalem Waqf and Al-Aqsa Mosque Affairs Department as the only body entitled to manage the affairs of Al-Haram al-Qudsi in its entirety and organize entrance into it. We also emphasize the right of the Palestinian state to exercise sovereignty of the occupied East Jerusalem as its capital, and the Israeli entity as the occupying power has no right and no sovereignty to exercise authority over the occupied Jerusalem or its Islamic and Christian holy sites. We emphasize that a just, lasting, and inclusive peace that is a strategic choice is the only path to guaranteeing security and stability for the peoples of the region and safeguarding them from the torrents of violence and war. And this will not happen unless we reach an end for the Israeli occupation and the Palestinian people can enjoy their inalienable legitimate rights. And we must also establish the independent Palestinian state with the borders of the 4th of June 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital as per the legitimate international resolution and the Arab Peace Initiative. Israel and the countries of the region will not enjoy peace and security unless Palestinians can enjoy those same rights and reclaim all the rights of which they have been deprived. The continued Israeli occupation is a threat to the region's security and stability and to international peace and security. We reaffirm that any attempts or threats to evict or forcibly displace our Palestinian brothers and sisters is a heinous crime that is completely rejected and condemned and is considered a grave violation of international law and the Fourth Geneva Convention. We renew our calls to the international community, including the Security Council, to take action and uphold its responsibilities now to put an end to these inhumane acts being carried out by the Israeli occupation against the Palestinian people. they must also launch an active international action to put an end to the war and the grave humanitarian crisis that we are witnessing, and guarantee commitment to the protection of civilians and the guaranteeing of implementing international law and international humanitarian law.
I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are now on the 5th day of a complete pause in the fighting in Gaza, the first since the recent conflict began. A hostage deal has brought hostages home to their loved ones after more than 50 days. We welcome the announcement yesterday by Qatar that the humanitarian pause in Gaza will be extended by 2 days, as Hamas committed to release another 20 women and children over these 2 days. And we wish to thank our Israeli, Qatari, and Egyptian partners for their commitment to this process and for reaching the agreement for an extension in the pause for 48 additional hours. Of course, we have taken maximum advantage of this pause for the hostages' releases to also move as much additional humanitarian aid as we can, to increase volumes as much as we can. And when this current phase of hostage releases is over, we have made very clear that this level or increased levels of movement of an aid ideally need to be sustained. This pause has enabled a significant surge in humanitarian assistance to the innocent civilians suffering throughout the Gaza Strip. The United States has led the humanitarian response in Gaza, building on years of work as the largest funder of humanitarian assistance for the Palestinian people. We are taking full advantage of this pause in fighting to increase the amount of humanitarian aid moving into Gaza. We hope to see the pause extended further. Israel has been very clear, as part of the deal, that it is prepared to continue the pause in fighting for every day that Hamas releases an additional 10 hostages. The ball is in Hamas's court. With regard to the resolution on which the General Assembly will take action today, as we have stated before, one-sided resolutions, whether put forward in the Security Council or here in the General Assembly, will not help to advance peace, not when they ignore facts on the ground. One-sided resolutions only perpetuate long-standing lines of division at a moment when we urgently need to work together. With respect to the current crisis, as Secretary Blinken has said, the United States supports Israel's right to self-defense and believes that Gaza must never again be used as a platform for terrorism or other violent attacks. There must be no forcible displacement of Palestinians from Gaza, not now and not after the war. No reoccupation of Gaza after the conflict ends. No attempt to blockade or besiege Gaza, and no reduction in the territory of Gaza. We must also ensure that no terrorist threats can emanate from the West Bank. The United States continues to believe the most viable path, indeed the only path, to peace is through the creation of a Palestinian state. That is the only guarantor of a secure and democratic Israel, the only guarantor of Palestinians realizing their legitimate aspirations to live in a state of their own, enjoying equal measures of security and prosperity, and the only way to end this violence once and for all. Getting there will require concerted efforts by all of us, Israelis, Palestinians, regional partners, and global leaders, to put us on the path to peace. The United States will continue to work with all member states to chart a future in which Israelis and Palestinians have equal measures of security, freedom, justice, opportunity, and dignity, and a future in which Palestinians realize their legitimate right to self-determination and aspirations for a state of their own. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United States. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Libya.
السيد الرئيس
Mr. President, at the outset, allow me to express my thanks and appreciation to the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People and all its members for their highly commendable efforts. Mr. President, my country, Libya, reiterates its condemnation of the wanton and continued Israeli aggression against the Palestinian people in Gaza and in other occupied Palestinian territory. The aggression that claimed the lives of thousands of martyrs and innocent people, including women, children, sick, medical staff, journalists, UN personnel, and others. These are heinous crimes against humanity and are a new episode in the series of genocidal practices against the Palestinian people. The Palestinian cause remains the paramount preoccupation of my country, Libya. The flagrant violations against the Palestinian people continue despite the statements we make and the facts we exchange in international fora. Countries continue to denounce, resolutions continue to be adopted, with no implementation in sight. There will be no peace as long as the occupying authorities persist in its violation of international law, the usurpation of land, the building of settlements, and imposition of its unjust siege in Gaza Strip. Mr. President, it's high time the international conscience moved to put an end to the worst and most violent occupation known to humanity. The continuation of the occupation and the increasing violations and oppression lead to losing hope to finding any peaceful solution to the cause. Attempts to forcibly displace Palestinians and attempts to shift the crisis to neighboring countries would not provide a solution. They will only aggravate the crisis. We will not wait until we witness a new Nakba. In conclusion, Libya reiterates its continued full and steadfast support to the strive of the Palestinian people until it has attained all its inalienable rights, the right to self-determination and the establishment of its independent sovereign state with East Jerusalem as its capital. Thank you, Mr. President.
Distinguished representative of Libya, I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kuwait.
As a result of the systematic crimes and aggressions committed by Israel, the occupying authority against the brotherly Palestinian people. The Palestinian people is still subjected to repeated violations by the Israeli occupation forces and by the illegal settlers. The State of Kuwait reiterates its strong condemnation and denouncement of these hostile practices, which inflame the feelings of Muslims worldwide and represent a blatant violation of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people. These practices are part of a series of blatant violations and abuses of all international instruments and resolutions. They also undermine stability in the region and feed the feelings of hatred, extremism, and violence. We call upon the international community to intervene immediately and provide protection to the brotherly Palestinian people. We urge the international community, and specifically the Security Council, to shoulder their responsibilities pursuant to the UN Charter and to hold the Israeli occupation forces fully responsible for the consequences of these crimes and provocative illegal practices in Jerusalem, in Holy Al-Aqsa compound, and the violations against the defenseless Palestinian people on its land and holy sites. Until when will the Israeli killing machine continue killing the defenseless Palestinian people undeterred and in full impunity? Until when will the Israeli occupation forces continue these violations in full view of the world? Until when will the Security Council allow Israel, the occupying force, to pursue its conduct, practices, and violations as if it were above the law? Mr. President, the aggressions and crimes perpetrated by the Israeli occupation forces are part of a series of violations of the relevant Security Council resolutions, including resolutions 476, 478, and 2334, which reaffirm the special status of Jerusalem and invalidate any attempt to alter its demographic composition. The occupying authority is bound to respect the legal and historical status quo of the Holy Al-Aqsa compound. In light of the impunity for the daily systematic violations perpetrated by the occupation authority in the occupied Palestinian territories, and in light of the fact that the occupation forces are depriving the Palestinian people of their legitimate rights, annexing their land and plundering their resources, the chances of reaching a just peace are being undermined. Against this backdrop, there is a need to stop acting as if the rights of the Palestinian people are not covered by international laws. Therefore, we emphasize the need to guarantee accountability and justice for the defenseless Palestinian people. Mr. President, the State of Kuwait reiterates its full support to UNRWA. We believe in the vital role played by UNRWA in alleviating the sufferings of the Palestinian refugees in their 5 areas of operation. We call upon the international community to pursue its support to UNRWA to enable it to continue providing its health, educational, and relief services. Mr. President, the State of Kuwait strongly condemns the ongoing incursions and brutal aggressions perpetrated by the Israeli occupation forces against the Gaza Strip and the rest of the occupied Palestinian territories for 7 weeks now. This aggression has led to the killing and injuring of thousands of Palestinian people. We warn against the consequences of this serious military escalation, for which the Israeli occupation forces are fully responsible and which jeopardizes regional security and stability. Mr. President, my country condemns Security Council Resolution 2712 adopted on the 15th of November and calling for a compulsory ceasefire to save what can be saved, especially children. My country also supports the General Assembly resolution adopted during the special emergency session on the 27th of October, which calls for an immediate ceasefire and the delivery of assistance. My country calls for the immediate implementation of these resolutions without conditions and strongly rejects any attempts to forcibly displace the Palestinian people from their territories. In this context, my country welcomes the announcement by the State of Qatar of the success of the mediation efforts in reaching a humanitarian pause in the Gaza Strip in partnership with Egypt and the United States. This agreement has allowed and will allow for the release of Palestinian detainees, among women and children, in the Israeli occupation prisons, in return for the release of women and children detained in the Gaza Strip. It will also allow for a temporary ceasefire and the entry of humanitarian convoys loaded with assistance and basic humanitarian needs to relieve the civilian population in Gaza. The State of Kuwait reaffirms that it will maintain the air bridge under the guidance of His Highness the Crown Prince to support our brothers in Palestine. Mr. President, it is regrettable that the Israeli Occupation Authority has no real desire to reach peace in the Middle East. While those authorities are releasing some of the Palestinian detainees owing to the mediation efforts, they are at the same time arresting the same number of young Palestinian children and youth in the West Bank. We have also witnessed the aggressive conduct of the extremists, be it the extremist Yemeni government or the settlers who are killing the defenseless Palestinian people on a daily basis without any accountability. In conclusion, Mr. President, tomorrow, on the 29th of November, we will be celebrating the Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. Allow me to seize this opportunity to reaffirm the support of the state, leadership, and people of Kuwait to the brotherly Palestinian people and our historical and principled solidarity with their just cause. Kuwait salutes the steadfastness of the Palestinian people and support their legitimate struggle against occupation in order to attain their full legitimate political rights. We reaffirm our attachment to the Arab, Islamic, and international position, reaffirming that peace is the strategic choice and that a just, comprehensive, and sustainable solution is a solution based on the two-state solution, based on the agreed-upon resolutions and specifically the relevant Security Council resolutions as well as the Arab Peace Initiative. This would allow the Palestinian people to attain all their legitimate political rights and to establish their independent states on their land with East Jerusalem as its capital. From this rostrum that we have always used to defend the rights of peoples, from this rostrum which bears witness to justice throughout history, I would like to tell our brothers in Palestine that we will not let them down, and we will spare no effort to make their voice heard and to free Palestine and to witness a free, prosperous Palestine as it once were. And thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Kuwait. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sierra Leone.
Mr. President, I thank you for convening this meeting. At the outset, let me thank the Secretary General for his report containing document A/78/303 and the report of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of Palestinian People containing document A/78/35. Mr. President, Sierra Leone commends the chair of the Committee on the exercise of the inalienable rights of Palestinian people, His Excellency Mr. Sheikh Nyang, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the Republic of Senegal, and other Bureau members for their steadfast devotion to the work of the committee over the years in line with the General Assembly mandate. We welcome with appreciation the series of efforts undertaken by the committee focused on the realization on the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, in particular, their right to self-determination. The question of Palestine is a long-standing issue on the agenda of the United Nations, and as time elapses, we have witnessed a deterioration of the situation and conflict escalation that has led to increased civilian casualties, dispossession of Palestinians' rights to their land, development, civilian infrastructures. Therefore, it is imperative for members of the international community to explore all possible diplomatic and political avenues that will lead to a peace process geared towards achieving a two-state solution with Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace. Mr. President, my delegation acknowledges the plight of the Palestinian refugees in all fields of operation, namely in the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, Lebanon, the Syrian Arab Republic, and the occupied Palestinian territory, and reiterates the need for continued humanitarian and socioeconomic assistance to the most vulnerable, especially the aged, women, children, and youth, through the recognized United Nations agencies, non-governmental organizations, and other international humanitarian organizations that will enable them to enjoy their right to life, freedom, and prosperity. Regrettably, we are saddened by the escalation of violence in the Gaza Strip, especially since the 7th of October 2023, and the worsening humanitarian situation which has intensified the suffering of the people. To ameliorate this, Sierra Leone reiterates its support for the United Nations Relief Works and Agency and calls for an immediate comprehensive humanitarian ceasefire. We also call for the release of all hostages without condition and a scaled-up supply of aid into the Gaza Strip. In this regard, we welcome the agreement brokered by Qatar, Egypt, and the United States in having a 4 days and an extension of 2 days humanitarian pause in fighting and to allow for the release of hostages and the supply of humanitarian aids in the Gaza Strip. While we hope for a complete de-escalation of the situation due to continued bilateral and multilateral engagement, we invite parties to the conflict to comply with international law, in particular international humanitarian law, relative to the protection of civilians in times of armed conflict. We stress the need for the committee to continue its work to advocating and raising awareness of the plight of the Palestinian people and mobilizing efforts aimed at achieving a just and comprehensive solution to the question of Palestine. In conclusion, we pay tribute to the humanitarian, medical, and frontline personnel who have lost their lives in the cause of duty, bringing hope and rescuing humanity from the scourge of destruction. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Sierra Leone. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Colombia.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished representatives, Colombia is a nation committed to promoting peace and the respect of human rights, and as such joins in the clamoring of the majority of the international community to condemn the violence and barbarism that have been spiraling since the beginning of last October against the civilian population. This violence has disproportionately affected women, girls, and boys. We are horrified to observe that more children have died in Gaza in this recent period than in all conflicts around the world in the last few years. Colombia has experienced in the flesh the devastating cost of violence and conflict. Our history has taught us that military solutions do not exist per se, and rather stressing dialogue in the midst of differences is the only way to bring about a lasting peace, which is a right that all people and all societies deserve to enjoy, and one which the United Nations is compelled to defend. In keeping with this, we reaffirm our historic support for a peaceful solution which is definitive and comprehensive to the Palestinian question based on a two-state solution whereby they can live side by side within safe and internationally recognized borders under the relevant resolutions of this General Assembly and the Security Council. My country also reiterates its call for the compliance with and full implementation of the relevant resolutions of the United Nations, as well as the importance of respecting human rights and international humanitarian law. And this is applicable to all involved parties. Excellencies, Colombia urges this body and member states to redouble its efforts in order to achieve a definitive cessation of hostilities with a view to stopping the loss of innocent lives and the forced displacement of people and the destruction of vital infrastructure for essential services for the civilian population. We would like to express our support to the efforts of different countries to bring about a truce between the parties and stop the violence and thereby guarantee the arrival of humanitarian assistance to those who urgently need it. Finally, we call for expediting the necessary measures to achieve a definitive solution, which would involve the recognition of Palestine as a sovereign and free state, as well as recognition of its right to self-determination and protection of human rights of its people. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Colombia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cuba.
Mi delegación tiene los...
Mr. President, my delegation is honored to speak on Agenda Item 34, the situation in the Middle East, and Item 35, the Palestinian question. Mr. President, the world finds itself today before a humanitarian disaster of extreme proportions in the occupied Palestinian territory in the Gaza Strip. We reiterate our deep concern by the escalation of violence in Palestine, which is the result of 75 years of Israeli illegal occupation and practices and settlements in flagrant violation of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people in their own land, as well as the prolonged lack of respect of the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter, as well as international law, including many relevant resolutions of the United Nations on this matter. Cuba condemns in the most vigorous terms the assassination of civilians. It condemns that especially of women, children, and humanitarian workers in the United Nations system. It condemns the indiscriminate bombing of the people in Gaza and the destruction of housing, hospitals, and civilian infrastructure. Cuba also condemns the deprivation of services such as water, food, electricity, and fuel, all of which have been cut off from the people in Gaza, which considerably worsens this very precarious humanitarian situation, which is the result of the embargo on the Gaza Strip, which are all flagrant violations of international humanitarian law. Nothing can justify such action, which is a collective punishment, a grave violation of international humanitarian law, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. The impunity with which the Israeli government acts can only be explained by its confidence that it will never be held accountable for its actions and that it can count on the support of the government of the United States and other NATO allies. We demand an immediate and permanent ceasefire, as well as the delivery of humanitarian assistance to Gaza without restrictions. We demand an end to the rhetoric and the warlike rhetoric of the occupying power. At the same time, we reject any plans of annexation of the occupied West Bank, as well as the repression and assassination of the Palestinian people who live there in clear violation of international law. It is required that we stop the forced displacement of Palestinians from their land. Cuba has no doubt with regard to the domination system of the Palestinian people by Israel and the exploitation and appropriation of its resources, as well as the denial in an exponential manner of all rights of the population, all of which is a true apartheid system being imposed on this people. Mr. President, it's highly alarming that given this serious threat to international peace and security, the Security Council has not been able to achieve results commensurate with the circumstances. The United States, which has guaranteed criminal impunity of this genocide, should stop impeding the action of the Security Council in this regard. We reiterate our call to the Security Council to fulfill its responsibilities granted to it by the United Nations Charter for international peace and security, and that it demand an immediate end to the occupation of the Palestinian territories and the aggressive and colonizing practices and policies of Israel, in keeping with all resolutions on the Middle Eastern situation, including the Palestinian question, specifically Resolution 2334 of 2016. The international community cannot remain passive given the increase in violence and the use of force, which has been done indiscriminately and disproportionately against Palestinian civilians in flagrant violation of the Charter and international humanitarian law. We reiterate our unlimited support for a broad solution that would be fair and lasting to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict based on the creation of two states that would make it possible for the Palestinian people to exercise their right to self-determination and to have an independent and sovereign state within the borders prior to 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital and the right to return of the refugees. As soon as possible, it is important to address this long-dated demand, which has been reiterated by the general debate in the 78th session of the General Assembly by many high representatives and the broad majority of the international community, as well as recent meetings of the plenary of the General Assembly, which were held specifically on the Palestine question. We express to our government and the Palestinian people our unwavering solidarity and support for Palestine as a full-fledged member of the United Nations, and we reiterate our call for holding an international peace conference on this matter. Mr. President, Cuba vigorously condemns the decision of the Israeli government to attack Syria, specifically the airport, in flagrant violation of the United Nations Charter and that country's sovereignty. We will continue to support the demand of the Syrian Arab Republic's government to withdraw from the Syrian Golan and reiterate our unconditional call for Israel's withdrawal from the Golan, Syrian Golan, and all occupied territories. Mr. President, on the 29th of November, in just 24 hours, we will be celebrating the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. Let us do so with events and actions and not with words, so that the United Nations is relevant for the Palestinian people. Each moment of passivity, of double standards or silence will cost the lives of many innocent people. Cuba supports and will contribute as much as it can to the international efforts, legitimate efforts to put an end to the current situation. Impunity with which Israel is acting needs to stop immediately. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Cuba. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Senegal.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, as chair of the United Nations Committee for the Exercise of the Inalienable Right of the Palestinian People, my delegation would like to thank Ambassador Ahmed Faisal Mohammed from Malaysia for having presented as vice chair of this committee the report submitted for member states. Over and above fully endorsing this statement, my delegation would like to make a few comments in its national capacity. Mr. President, first and foremost, my delegation would like to take this opportunity to extend its congratulations and encouragement to the Secretary-General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, and all UN bodies which are involved for their praiseworthy efforts, in particular those who have been deployed since the events of the 7th of October 2023 to resolve the humanitarian crisis ravaging in Gaza. My country once again solemnly bows its head to uphold the memory of more than 12,600 victims of this new spiral of violence, including 4,000 women, 6,000 children, and more than 103 UN staff. There's an urgent need to act. Each day that goes by is one more tragedy. Each day that goes by is one more threat to international peace and security, in keeping with the resolutions recently adopted by the 10th emergency session of the GA and the Security Council. Senegal welcomes the humanitarian truce between the parties with the release of the first Israeli hostages and Palestinian detainees. This is a welcome step, insufficient but welcome. This is why Senegal, which has always condemned attacks against any kind of civilians, reiterates its call for a lasting, permanent ceasefire that an increasing number of states are calling for, and would encourage all parties who are working along these lines. So until this ceasefire is achieved, we must do everything we can to protect the people in Gaza, both civilian and humanitarian staff, against the bombings and ground offensive which make no distinction between those who are innocent and those who are not, or civilian infrastructure. Given the serious and urgent nature of the crisis, my delegation urges Israel once again as the occupying power to demonstrate restraint and to save civilians, as well as humanitarian, medical and media staff and hospitals, places of worship, UN facilities, because more than 2.2 million people are depending on this existentially. Whatever the circumstances, the Palestinian people, who are so profoundly attached to their land, have the absolute, irrefutable right to remain there and to thrive economically, socially, politically, culturally, and in terms of their religion. Senegal reiterates the ongoing appeal to member states of the United Nations and to multilateral institutions and to those with goodwill to further support UNRWA and its implementing partners so that they can carry out their assistance mission to the Palestinian people over and beyond this emergency time. So we are all struck by the horror of what is happening right now. The report of the committee, given that it's above the current events, lays out the deep roots of the anger that continues to rage whilst, as long as the international community does not heed it, and it is raging rightly. What's happening in Gaza cannot be uncoupled from the worrying situation that the people of Palestinian people in Gaza have experienced over the past 56 years and in the occupied territories, including the West Bank and East Jerusalem. This situation has been objectively documented by the relevant UN mechanisms and bodies and by human rights organizations, even Israeli human rights organizations, over and beyond the siege of Gaza that is 16 years old now. The annexation of Palestinian territory must stop, as must the practice of mass arbitrary detention of Palestinians, sometimes they're juveniles. The report notes that the number of Palestinians who have been detained without trial or indictment has reached record levels since 2008. My delegation is very worried that the number of detainees has since doubled. To this end, my delegation would once again like to urge UN mechanisms, including the SRSG of the UN for children in armed conflicts, to better monitor those developments which particularly affect children and also women. My country would urge the State of Israel to comply with international law. There's a need to cease all action that seek to change the demographic composition, the status, and the character of the occupied Palestinian territories. Along these lines, my delegation deplores those voices which, within the Israeli government, continue to stoke hostility inter alia by calling for the speeding up of an illegal, aggressive settlement policy, policy of expulsion and demolition of houses. There's also a need to repeal all legislative and regulatory provisions that run counter to the law and to severely punish those individuals and entities that have perpetrated international law violations and IHL violations. Senegal is convinced that the International Court of Justice will make a clear opinion on the questions that it has been seized with, and it will reaffirm the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people to a viable state with East Jerusalem as its capital, in line with all GA and Security Council resolutions. My delegation would once again urge the General Assembly, the Security Council and Member States to take on board, each within their own remit and responsibilities, the recommendations of the committee. By the same token, my delegation would urge Member States to translate into actions the support expressed for the state of Palestine, in particular on the voting on resolutions. So resolving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict means bringing an end to practices and actions that move away from the path of a fair, lasting peace, and therefore a two-state solution. Israel and Palestine living side by side in safe, internationally recognised borders. Despite the current crisis, my delegation cherishes the hope that the advocates of peace, armed with their pilgrim staffs, will refuse the path of deadlock. Senegal notably encourages the quartet to recreate conditions for direct talks. If we don't do this, we will just continue to see deaths on both sides. If we don't do this, the international community will continue to fail to ensure that the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people are achieved to a viable state, one living in safe, internationally recognised borders. Tomorrow we will commemorate the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. Let us ensure that celebrating this will enable us to focus our commitment on those two ideals that prevailed at the creation of this august organisation: the peaceful settlement of disputes and the rights of people to rule themselves. The Palestinian people, more than ever, need our proactive solidarity so that they are given justice. Thank you.
Of Senegal, I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of United Arab Emirates.
Mr. President, I thank the Permanent Representative of Malaysia, Ambassador Ahmad Faisal Mohammed, for submitting the annual report of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People. We support the recommendations of the report. I seize the opportunity to express our appreciation to the efforts of the committee under the chairmanship of Ambassador Sheikh Nyang and the efforts of the Division for the Rights of the Palestinians and the UN in general in supporting the rights of the Palestinian people, especially in these difficult circumstances. We also associate ourselves to the statement delivered by the Sultanate of Oman on behalf of the members of the GCC. Mr. President, more than 76 years have gone since the General Assembly adopted Resolution 181, known as the Partition Resolution. This resolution has laid the foundations for the creation of two states in Palestine, an Arab state and a Jewish state. While Israel was created as a state by virtue of that resolution, the brotherly Palestinian people is still deprived until today of an independent sovereign state and deprived of an international recognition of the state of Palestine and deprived of a full membership at the United Nations. 3 generations of Palestinians have only known occupation, refuge, and forcible displacement. Therefore, it is incumbent on all of us to emphasize the need to revive a serious, credible peace process to achieve the two-state solution and to establish a sovereign, independent Palestinian state along the borders of the 4th of June 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital that would live side by side with Israel in security, peace, and mutual recognition. It is urgent to reach a peaceful, just and comprehensive settlement of the Palestinian question, especially in light of the serious escalation in the occupied Palestinian territories and specifically in the Gaza Strip. The Gaza Strip has been witnessing for weeks now a condemned Israeli aggression, which has claimed the lives of more than 14,000 civilians, at least, a third of whom are women and children, in addition to injuring tens of thousands of people. The situation is further deteriorating, with 80% of the population of the Gaza Strip displaced, with the destruction of houses, schools, and infrastructure because of the violent Israeli bombardments. We express our concern over the collapse of the health sector. 26 hospitals are out of service. More than 55 centers of healthcare are also out of service, while the other health facilities suffer a lack of medical supplies and are deprived of fuel and electricity. In light of these catastrophic circumstances, the United Arab Emirates welcomes the 4-day pause that was extended for 2 additional days. We reaffirm the need to continue extending this pause and to swiftly move to a permanent ceasefire to allow the delivery of humanitarian assistance, which should be delivered in a safe, regular manner through several crossings. We should guarantee the delivery of assistance to all those in need across the Strip without any obstacles. We commend the efforts of Egypt, the State of Qatar, and the United States, which have facilitated this pause and have supported its implementation. We reaffirm that the unprecedented humanitarian crisis in Gaza, which is escalating owing to the blockade and destruction, requires an intensification of the international support for the brotherly Palestinian people. More than 2 million Palestinians in Gaza are deprived of the most basic life necessities. Around 1 million people have sought shelter in the UNRWA schools, which were not spared by the bombardments. In this context, we strongly condemn the forcible displacement and collective punishment against the brotherly Palestinian people, which deserves to live in security and peace on its land. We call upon all parties to respect their obligations under international humanitarian law and to refrain from targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure. We seize the opportunity to commend the leading role of UNRWA in meeting the basic needs of the Palestinian refugees since it was created and despite the dangerous situation. We extend our condolences to UNRWA for the killing of 108 employees while undertaking their humanitarian mission in Gaza. There is also a need to end the deterioration of the situation in the West Bank and in East Jerusalem because of the ongoing Israeli violations, especially the repeated incursions of the Palestinian cities and towns, the increased violence by the settlers, and the expansion of the unlawful settlements which undermine the two-state solution. We are gravely concerned over the blatant violations of the Islamic and Christian holy sites, especially Holy Al-Aqsa Mosque. The United Arab Emirates reaffirmed the need to preserve the legal and historical status quo of Jerusalem and its holy sites, and to respect the Jordanian custodianship of the holy sites and waqfs of Jerusalem. As we prepare to celebrate the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people tomorrow, we would like to mention that we are witnessing a watershed moment in the history of the Palestinian question and the region. Achieving peace requires a political, peaceful, just and comprehensive settlement that would promote peaceful coexistence among the peoples of the region and would put an end to the cycle of violence, extremism and hatred. Thank you, President.
I thank the distinguished representative of United Arab Emirates. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, Mr. President, distinguished delegates, our meeting today indeed represents the long-standing support of the international community for the full realization of the inalienable right of the Palestinian people. It's my delegation pleasure to commend the committee for providing with the updates on the Palestinian question as illustrated by the second chapter of its report. I also wish to express my delegation gratitude to the Vice Chair and Rapporteur of the committee for providing in-depth briefing. Over the past few weeks, we have witnessed a violent act of aggression carried out by the Israeli armed forces in the Gaza Strip, resulting in the death of more than 15,000 Palestinian civilians. Based on the report presented in this room, the current situation on the ground is a direct result of continued Israeli occupation, which is the core of crisis and conflict in the Middle East. The second chapter of the report of the committee shows that the number of Palestinian casualties rose rapidly in the first half of 2023, the highest number of the casualties recorded since 2006. The report indicates that the Israeli settlers who are supposed to act like regular civilians targeted Palestinians, including children, on their way to school, and attacked and vandalized Palestinian homes and vehicles. International law unequivocally assesses that those among armed settlers who directly take part in hostilities with the backing of military forces cannot be afforded the status of civilians protected by humanitarian law. My delegation firmly maintains that any desperate attempts to cover up and justify crimes against Palestinians under the guise of self-defense while disregarding the inherent right of Palestinians, particularly their right to self-defense, is devoid of legal basis of credibility. However, the deliberate targeting of civilians and civilians' infrastructure is expressly prohibited under international law and is therefore should not be supported under any circumstances. It is imperative to underscore that if any party is justified in exercising the right of self-defense, it should be rightfully be the Palestinian. Their plight has been rooted in the historical occupation and atrocities perpetrated by Israeli forces long before the formation of their resistance as a response to the oppressive Israeli regime. It is our request that all member states take these findings into consideration before any acceptance of the excuse of self-defense made up by the aggressor. We also request you, in condemning the act of taking hostages, note this part of the report as well, which says Palestinian detainees imprisoned without trial or charge reached in highest level since 2008. And OCHR reported that 5,000 Palestinians, including 160 children and 1,100 prisoners without charge or trial, were being held in Israeli prisons. Only in the course of the last 50 days, more than 3,200 Palestinians have been arrested by Israel. It is an inalienable right of the Palestinian inter alia to seek full accountability of the Israeli regime and its official for the crimes against humanity, war crimes, and genocide. We believe that these crimes fundamentally call into question the 1949 judgment of the UN Security Council concerning the peace-loving nature of Israel. It raises doubts about the ability and willingness of this regime to fulfill the obligation outlined in the UN Charter. Furthermore, these barbaric crimes must be addressed by the international community in a decisive manner, and Palestinians must be protected internationally. This is the high time for the General Assembly to revive its Resolution 3379, adopted in 1975, determined Zionism as a form of racism and racial discrimination. In order to address the situation, the occupying regime should no longer be allowed to commit all its crimes while enjoying total impunity. It must comply with all its obligations. The blockade of Gaza Strip, which has turned it into the world's largest prison, should be permanently lifted. The occupation of all occupied territories must come to an end, and the Palestinians should be supported in establishing their own independent state with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. In this regard, priority must be given to the full membership of Palestine in the United Nations and the General Assembly. In our view, as long as the problem is not addressed and the Palestinian people are not allowed to fully exercise their right to self-determination, any hope for durable peace and stability in the region will be nothing but a futile wish. To conclude, Mr. President, once again my delegation reiterates its principal position that the most effective and durable path to the peace in Palestine is holding of a referendum among all residents of Palestine, Jews, Christians, and Muslims, including displaced Palestinians and refugees, based on the history of conflict and instability in the Middle East over the past 7 decades. The Islamic Republic of Iran believes that durable peace can only be achieved by ending the occupation, restoring Palestinian inalienable right to the self-determination, returning refugees to their homelands, and establishing a Palestinian state with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. We believe that the most important and urgent priority is to extend a humanitarian pause in Gaza and turn it into a durable ceasefire and rapid and extensive transfer of humanitarian aid to Gaza. Mr. President, since the General Assembly will consider the adoption of a draft resolution entitled Syrian Golan under item 34, I wish to reiterate that the Islamic Republic of Iran is supportive of the resolution and will vote in favor of the resolution. Meanwhile, would like to register its observation regarding the provisions of the text that may be construed as the recognition of Israel. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Russian Federation.
Distinguished Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, for almost 2 months now, there's been a terrible crisis in the area of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Its victims include an enormous number of civilians from both sides. The recent achievements reached with the mediation efforts of regional players on humanitarian pauses and an exchange of captives does give a slight glimmer of hope. However, there are currently no signs, unfortunately, of a full ceasefire in this recent cycle of violence. There can be no justification of the killings and violence against that citizens of Israel have endured. Any terrorist acts against civilians, including hostages, should be firmly condemned. Nonetheless, there can be no justification of the unjustified, in terms of its size and scale, of the bloodshed in the occupied Palestinian territories, primarily in Gaza, caused by the punitive actions of Israel, including a ground operation. We are very concerned by some statements of representatives of the Israeli leadership regarding plans to continue to clean out the Gaza Strip intensively after the humanitarian pauses finish. The resumption of hostilities will bring new colossal civilians victims and will worsen the humanitarian disaster. Russia, right from the outset, at the beginning of the escalation, has consistently called for a swift and lasting ongoing ceasefire. This is a pressing moral and humanitarian imperative. The events in the Gaza Strip have a tragic impact on the situation in the West Bank. There's ongoing armed raids by Israel, and Palestinian civilians are being killed and injured. There is active, ongoing illegal settlement activity promoted by the policy of West Jerusalem, including financing the expansion of Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories. According to media reports, such plans are being approved by the Israeli cabinet right now at the height of the destruction in Gaza. We're convinced that no references to the right to self-defense can justify aggressive settlement activity, forced displacement of Palestinian families, and the destruction of their property. Even the EU talked about this. Distinguished colleagues, the world has repeatedly borne witness to similar unilateral steps in the West Bank, including West Jerusalem, them leading to an escalation of violence in the OPT. It's paradoxical that on the one hand, the entire international community is recognizing the illegal nature of the Israeli actions in the OPT, which run counter to Security Council decisions and the provisions of international law. But on the other hand, our Western colleagues in their statements prefer not to mention that the current unprecedented escalation on the ground is, inter alia, the result of the settlement policy of West Jerusalem and also the systematic restrictions by it of the rights of the Palestinian people to freely visit their holy sites. We're pleased that Antonio Guterres did not shy away from talking about this during the open debate in the Security Council on the Middle East on the 24th of October. He noted that the current outbreak of violence did not occur in a vacuum. Saying this, he swiftly came under fierce and unwarranted criticism from Israel that preferred to start history from a clean slate. In other words, from the 7th of October 2023. A destructive role in the current escalation has also been played by the US policy, which has long deliberately closed its eyes to the ongoing building of Israeli settlements in the occupied territories and has recognized Israeli sovereignty over the occupied Golan Heights. As a result, we have today an unprecedented conflict which bears the risk of a spillover to the entire Middle East region. Over all these years, we openly warned that this path of Washington was without prospect and dangerous. We stated clearly that it might lead to tragic results. Today's report by UNCTAD also touches on another serious issue encountered by the population of the West Bank. That is the economic impact of Israeli occupation. The Palestinian people are still deprived of sovereignty over their natural resources and the possibility to tap into their own production and technological capacity. In terms of its economic and social impact, this activity is commensurate with having an external blockade and with having unilateral economic coercive measures. In such circumstances, it's unrealistic to talk about achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, primarily the first goal, the eradication of poverty. The illegal settlement activity and restrictions on economic activity for the Palestinian people, and also the artificial fragmentation of where they carry out their livelihood geographically, should stop, as is required by decisions of the UN Security Council. Of great importance, obviously, is the UNCTAD opinion as to the need to expand donor support to the Palestinian people in order to mitigate the negative economic impact of Israeli restrictions. We believe that this moral imperative is particularly applicable to those developed countries who justify the years-long Israeli settlement activity and even, given the current conflict in the Gaza Strip, even with that, were not brave enough to acknowledge the humanitarian tragedy facing the Palestinian people. The economic impact of the Israeli occupation of the West Bank also has a clear humanitarian aspect to it. On a daily basis, the right of Palestinians to access water and sanitation and dignified work is violated, and they are subject to violence and psychological trauma. We note UNCTAD's initiative to develop a framework for a systematic, comprehensive assessment of the occupation. This is an important challenge that needs to be carried out. Moreover, we support the conclusions of the report that state that economic and humanitarian assistance cannot be something that completely replaces a final settlement of the Palestinian question. This is based on a broadly recognized international legal basis, including the two-state solution, to establish an independent, full, sovereign Palestinian state within the 1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital, and that will coexist in peace and security with Israel and with all other neighbors. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Russian Federation. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Nicaragua.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to begin by sharing with you and highlighting with you important aspects of the message from our President, Commander Daniel Ortega Saavedra, and our colleague, Rosario Murillo, Vice President of Nicaragua, on the occasion of the commemoration of the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people tomorrow. Crimes against humanity continue to be committed against children, young people, women, men, and the elderly. And condemning this barbarism is our duty, demanding an immediate withdrawal as well as cessation of the bombing by the Israeli army and the imperialistic forces headed by the U.S. government. Amidst these harsh and unfair moments that the heroic people of Palestine are grappling with, this day represents the essence of unity, solidarity, and fraternity and company. And the international community and peoples of the world should demonstrate and express ourselves about one of the most fair causes of all times, the historic Palestinian cause. The people and government of Nicaragua was untiring in its efforts for liberation, national liberation, and we recognize and know that the Palestinian people will emerge victorious in its struggle to ensure the respect and effective exercise of its legitimate right to freedom and self-determination, national sovereignty, and territorial integrity in a state of Palestine, recognizing the pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. From our always blessed and always free Nicaragua, we send a message of fraternity, solidarity, and hope with strength for the besieged Palestinian people, and we affirm our conviction that the so desired peace and stability in the Middle East will only be brought about with the full materialization of a Palestinian state, in recognition of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, in keeping with the relevant resolutions of the United Nations and the desires of peace-loving peoples all over the world. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Nicaragua. We have had the last speaker in the debate on this item, and the General Assembly has thus concluded this stage of its consideration for Agenda Item 35. The General Assembly will now consider Agenda Item 34 entitled The Situation in the Middle East. Under this item, the Assembly has before it a report of the Secretary General circulated in document A/78/315 and a draft resolution issued as document A/78/L10. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Egypt to introduce the draft resolution A/78/L10.
Mr. President, Egypt expresses its appreciation for convening this meeting under the agenda item, the situation in the Middle East, which includes a draft resolution on the Syrian Golan submitted annually by Egypt to the General Assembly of the United Nations. Mr. President, Egypt is cognizant that decades have passed since the occupation of the Arab territories, including the Syrian Golan occupied by Israel since 1967. Egypt is also cognizant of the significant changes the region has witnessed since. However, Egypt remains keen to submit the draft resolution on the Syrian Golan on an annual basis to the General Assembly under agenda item, the situation in the Middle East, as Egypt maintains its rejection to the Israeli occupation and its belief that the occupation must come to an end. The developments in the Middle East over the past decade in general and in the sisterly Syrian Arab Republic in particular should not discourage the international community from upholding international law and the principles of the UN Charter. The wanton Israeli aggression on Gaza and the ensuing killing of innocent civilians, destruction of infrastructure, attack on UN facilities should not, despite its unspeakable brutality, make us lose sight of the continued Israeli occupation of the Syrian Golan. Mr. President, Egypt reiterates that the only way out of the current crisis situation in the Middle East is the full compliance to the rules of international law and the resolutions of international legitimacy without double standards. If the international community has rejected the principle of occupying territories by force in a situation and condemned this occupation and demanded to take necessary measures to address this situation, the same international community should reject occupation in all other situations with the same resolve and decisiveness. Therefore, it is incumbent upon the international community to take a strong position in relation to the decades-long occupation of the Syrian Golan, as no progress has been made to end this occupation or to implement relevant UN resolutions. The resolutions that have repeatedly and unequivocally rejected the annexation of lands by force and have not recognized any unilateral measure or any demographic changes in the Syrian areas under occupation. In the light of the aforementioned, Egypt submits to the General Assembly every year draft resolution on the Syrian Golan. This year's resolution maintains the language of the past resolution adopted in the last session and adds a technical update. This year's resolution includes a reference to the failure by Israel to implement the Security Council Resolution 497 of 1981. It reiterates that the Israeli measures in the Syrian Golan are null and void. The resolution stresses that the 1949 Geneva Convention on the Protection of Civilians in Times of War continue to apply to the occupied Syrian Golan. The resolution determines that the continued occupation by Israel of the Syrian Golan constitute a stumbling block in the way of achieving just, comprehensive, and lasting peace in the region. It calls on Israel to resume peace talks with a view to withdrawing from the Golan to the line of 4 June 1967 in implementation of the relevant Security Council resolutions. Egypt wishes that all member states in the United Nations would support the draft resolution. In doing so, member states will demonstrate the importance we all attach to upholding international law and respecting the Charter of the United Nations, and that the annexation of territories by force is rejected. Mr. President, the Israeli occupation in Golan or Palestine or Lebanon must come to an end, and the international community represented in this General Assembly must ensure that it comes to an end. It must act in one unified voice with no justification to acting otherwise and without any double standards. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Egypt. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Syrian Arab Republic.
Mr. President, at the outset, I would like to thank the permanent representative of Egypt for tabling the draft resolution entitled the Syrian Golan as contained in document A/78/L10. We also thank all the member states that have co-sponsored the draft resolution and those that will be supporting it and voting in its favor. Mr. President, for more than 5 decades, the General Assembly in each session has been calling Israel, the occupation power, to end its occupation of the Syrian Golan. It reaffirmed that any measures taken by Israel to impose its laws, jurisdiction, and governance on the occupied Syrian Golan are null and void and bear no legal effect. The General Assembly in this position is fully in line with the position expressed unanimously by the Security Council in Resolution 497 of 1981. Paragraph 4 of the draft resolution before you today stipulates that the General Assembly decides once again that the continued occupation of the Syrian Golan and its de facto annexation constitute a stumbling block in the way of achieving just, comprehensive, and lasting peace in the region. In this context, my country reaffirms the need to end the inability to implement UN resolutions, which cannot be implemented without lifting the protection umbrella provided by the United States and its Western allies to Israel, and their indefinite support to Israel inside and outside the United Nations. This protection is encouraging the Israeli occupation forces to continue occupying the lands of others and to threaten stability, peace, and security in the region and beyond. We are witnessing today criminal Israeli practices in the occupied Palestinian territories, and especially in the Gaza Strip, where the number of victims have reached unprecedented records. This is pushing the region into unprecedented levels of tension and instability. Israel is doing so by committing further massacres against the brotherly Palestinian people and escalating its military aggression by repeatedly bombing cities, ports, and civilian airports in Syria, endangering the lives of civilians and the safety of civil aviation, halting the humanitarian UN operations. Israel also persists in its settlement policies, Judaization, blockade, arbitrary detention, forcible displacement, and racial discrimination in the occupied Arab territories. Mr. President, the Syrian Arab Republic calls upon the United Nations to adopt immediate measures to implement its resolutions, to put an end to the Israeli occupation of occupied Arab territories, including the occupied Syrian Golan. We also call for putting an end to the violations by the Israeli occupation of the Syrian sovereignty and the systematic Israeli practices against the occupied Syrian Golan and its people, including the expansion of the settlements, altering the demographic composition and institutional structures, confiscation of land and property, plundering the natural resources of Golan, killing, arbitrary detentions, and torture. The Syrian Arab Republic reaffirms its legitimate right to reclaim the occupied Syrian Golan fully until the lines of the 4th of June 1967, however long it takes. This is an established right that is not subject to compromise or pressure. It is an imprescriptible right guaranteed by international law and relevant UN resolutions, especially Security Council Resolution 497 of 1981. Syria reaffirms that it will be exercising its legitimate right to defend its land and people with all means available and to holding accountable the Israeli occupation forces for all their crimes and guaranteeing that they will not enjoy impunity. Syria reaffirms its principled position supporting the rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination and the establishment of their independent state with Jerusalem as a capital and guaranteeing the right of return to refugees according to international law, relevant UN resolutions, and namely Resolution 194 of 1948. To conclude, Mr. President, I call upon all the member states who are keen on lifting the injustice on the people living under occupation and supporting their rights to freedom to vote in favor of Resolution A78/L0 entitled the Syrian Golan, and to vote in favor of resolutions related to Palestine, to reaffirm their commitment to international law, to the UN Charter, and specifically to the principle of inadmissibility of acquiring land by force. Thank you, President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Syrian Arab Republic. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Lebanon.
Mr. President, at the outset, I would like to express my appreciation for convening this meeting in order to discuss item 34 of the agenda entitled The Situation in the Middle East. Mr. President, tomorrow, on the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people, the world will affirm once more its support for the legitimate and inalienable rights of the fraternal Palestinian people, chief among which is to live in an independent state with East Jerusalem as its capital. This year was one of the most difficult years that the Palestinian people has witnessed since the Nakba, and this is because of the bloody aggression being carried out by Israel against Gaza and the West Bank alike. This aggression has not spared civilians, children, or the elderly, nor has it shied away from destroying civilian buildings or UN facilities. We have all seen the scale of the destruction that has happened in Gaza and the suffering that unarmed civilians are going through. We have seen children trembling in fear after they have been taken from underneath the rubble. We have seen parents burying their children and children who have become orphans after losing their families. We saw how the international humanitarian law was violated and how human rights have been violated. And what has taken place in Al-Shifa Hospital and Al-Fakhura School continue to be two painful, resounding examples. We heard last week from directors of UN relief agencies just how much suffering the people of Gaza are enduring for every hour that goes by as a result of the lack of access for humanitarian assistance and the targeting of civilian targets, and the fact that Israel is using food, water, electricity, and basic materials for life-saving and medical supplies as war weapons. These are inhumane scenes, and they remind us of a bloody past. The United Nations was created to make sure that this bloody past will never be repeated. Alas, unfortunately, it is being repeated again now. Additionally, we have a parallel humanitarian crisis taking place in the West Bank. Thousands of Palestinians are being displaced from their land as a result of the terrorism of the Israeli settlers. So far, over 200 Palestinians have been killed since the 7th of October, and more than 400 have been killed since the beginning of this year. Mr. Chair, Israeli violations of Lebanese sovereignty continue. Israel is bombing South Lebanon and Lebanese villages using deadly weapons and white phosphorus, both of which are internationally prohibited. This has led to over 100 people being martyred and over 30,000 Lebanese people being displaced from their homes, in addition to the deliberate causing of massive environmental and material damages. In addition to that, the IDF has repeatedly, deliberately, and directly targeted areas where journalists were known to be. And this is while they were covering the news on the southern borders. 3 journalists have fallen as a result of these attacks. These violations, as the President Najib Mikati, the President of the government of Lebanon, said, prove once more that the criminality of Israel knows no bounds and that its goal is to silence the media that is uncovering its crimes and its violations. These crimes are added to Israel's record, which is already rife with violations against Lebanon's territory and sovereignty, part of which the territory part of which is still occupied, including the Kafshuba Hills, the Shab'a farmlands, and Al-Mari town, which includes in part the urban extension of Al-Ghajar village. We also condemn the continued Israeli occupation of the Syrian Golan and the increase of Israeli settlers in the Syrian Golan to exceed the number of local Syrian residents by building more settlements. This is prohibited by international law, specifically international humanitarian law. This also comes hand in hand with continued discriminatory measures against Syrians in the Golan, in addition to looting the natural resources in the region. Mr. President, we must build upon the humanitarian pause that was reached last week in Gaza and which was extended last night. And this is to reach a permanent ceasefire. In that regard, we value the efforts made by states in mediation, specifically the fraternal states of Egypt and Qatar, as well as on the part of the United States of America, in order to reach this humanitarian pause. We call upon all influential parties to exert more effort in order to reach a permanent ceasefire. We also must push for the implementation of the General Assembly resolution that was adopted at the end of the emergency special session on the situation in Palestine, and Resolution 2712 from the Security Council, which refers to the humanitarian situation in Gaza. We demand that the implementation of this resolution not be voluntary, but rather it should be enforced and monitored, and its effectiveness must be assessed so that it can be a basis for a solution for this crisis. Mr. President, there is a need to revitalize the political process as soon as this aggression ends, and to meet the basic humanitarian needs in Gaza, and work to implement current terms of reference seeking to end the occupation and establish the independent state of Palestine with the borders of the 4th of June 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital. There's also a need to find a just solution for the issue of the refugees and matters concerned with the final solution as per the resolutions of international legitimacy, last of which was Security Council Resolution 2334, as well as the Arab Peace Initiative held in Beirut for 2002. Israel also needs to withdraw from all occupied Arab territories, and this is to avoid the repetition of armed conflicts whose price civilians pay first and whose repercussions cannot be predicted. Mr. President, we should work hand in hand to stop the tragedy that has been getting repeated for the past 75 years. We must preserve the peace and security of the area of the Middle East. We are peoples that love life and deserve to live in peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Lebanon. We've had the last speaker in the debate on this item. We shall now proceed to consider draft resolution A/78/L10. For your information, the draft resolution has closed for e-sponsorship. I now give the floor to the representative of the Secretariat.
Mr. President, I should like to announce that since the submission of the draft resolution, and in addition to the delegations listed on the L document, the foreign countries have also become co-sponsors of A/78/L10. Bahrain, Bangladesh, Plurinational State of Bolivia, Brunei Darussalam, Cuba, Djibouti, Indonesia, Iraq, Malaysia, Morocco, Nicaragua, Oman, Saudi Arabia, Senegal, South Africa, Sudan, and United Arab Emirates. If any other countries wish to co-sponsor A/78/L10, please signify by pressing the microphone button. I see Jordan, although Jordan is already on the L document, Somalia, and the state of Palestine. And Qatar, although Qatar is also already on the L document. Thank you. If State of Palestine, kindly turn off the microphone button. Thank you.
The General Assembly will now take a decision on draft resolution A/78/L10 entitled the Syrian Golan. A recorded vote has been requested. We shall now begin the voting process. Those in favor of the draft resolution A/78/L10, please signify. Those against or abstentions.
The General Assembly is now voting on draft resolution A/78/L10 entitled the Syrian Golan. Will all delegations confirm that their votes are accurately reflected on the screen? The voting has been completed. Please lock the machine.
Okay. The results of the vote is as follows. In favor, 91. Against 8, abstention 62. The draft resolution A/78/L10 is adopted. Before giving the floor for explanations of vote after the vote, may I remind delegations that the explanation of votes are limited to 10 minutes and should be made by delegations from their seats. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Spain on behalf of the European Union.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It's my honor to speak on behalf of the European Union. The European Union firmly condemns, and in the most energetic terms possible, Hamas and its brutal and indiscriminate terrorist attacks on different places in Israel. There is no justification for such terror. The use of civilians as human shields by Hamas is a particularly regrettable atrocity. We deeply regret the loss of Israeli and Palestinian civilian lives. The release of the first hostages is a first and important step, and the European Union commends the work of Qatar, Egypt, and the United States in this regard. The pause should be extended. We reiterate our call on Hamas to immediately release, without any preconditions, all hostages, including the many citizens of the European Union. The European Union specifically stresses Israel's right to defend itself under international law and international humanitarian law. The EU expresses its deepest concern for the unraveling of the humanitarian situation in Gaza and requests rapid, safe, and without impediment access for humanitarian assistance, and that the assistance reach those who need it the most, taking all measures as necessary, including providing for humanitarian corridors and pauses to meet humanitarian needs. The European Union will work closely with partners in the region to protect the civilian population, to provide assistance and facilitate access to food, water, medical attention, fuel, and refuge, and ensure that terrorist organizations not make undue use of this assistance. The European Union firmly condemns the resurgence of violence of the settlements and settlers in West Bank, and Israel needs to stop the legalization of expansion of illegal settlements and prevent the violence of the settlers, guarantee that the offenders be held accountable for their acts. The European Union recalls here the need to prevent regional escalation and commits with its partners in this regard, including with the Palestinian Authority. The European Union is prepared to contribute to reactivation of a political process based on a two-state solution, also through the Day of Peace initiative, and welcomes the diplomatic initiatives undertaken in the area of peace and security, and demonstrates its support for the early celebration of a holding of an international peace conference. The EU stresses the need to fight dissemination of information or disinformation in illicit content and underscores the legal responsibility of the platforms in this context. With the understanding that the text of the technical prolongation will be reviewed during the 78th session of the General Assembly, not reflect nor address the evolution of the situation on the ground of the attacks of 7 October, we reiterate and confirm the pattern of the vote of last year on resolutions and needs to be submitted to approval. The European Union's position on terminology in resolutions has been presented and remains unaltered. At this time, we would like to state for the record that with regard to the resolutions adopted during the 78th session of the General Assembly, the European Union and its member states believes that as long as Palestinian government is referenced, there is a reference to the Palestinian Authority in that regard. Also, we would point out that the term Palestine in any resolution put to consideration of the Fourth Committee of the General Assembly cannot be interpreted as recognition of a state of Palestine, and it is understood without prejudice to the individual positions of member states on this matter. Therefore, with regard to the issue of validity of adherence to or accession to conventions and treaties mentioned in these is also to be understood that way. The European Union in as a whole expressed its legal qualification with regard to the term forced displacement used in various resolutions. The European Union also would like to, in future, see a rationalization or streamlining of resolutions and reduce the number of them and have them in a more balanced language. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Spain. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Argentina.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Argentina voted in favor of the resolution because it believes that its essential message is linked to the illegality of acquisition of territory by force. We're referring here to the draft resolution on the Golan, Syrian Golan. Paragraph 4 of Article 2 of the United Nations Charter prohibits the use of or the threat of the use of force against the territory or integrity of a state. We would also like to clarify Argentina's position with regard to paragraph 6 of the resolution. Our vote does not prejudice the content of this paragraph, specifically the reference to the line of the 4th of June 1967. Argentina considers that it's important to make progress in the quest for a solution between Syria and Israel in the Middle Eastern conflict, with the view to putting an end to the occupation of the Golan Heights. Therefore, the government of Argentina reaffirms once again the importance of resuming negotiations to find a definitive and lasting solution to the Syrian Golan, in accordance with Resolutions 242 of 1967 and Resolution 338 of 1973 of the Security Council, and the principle of land for peace. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Argentina. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. The United Kingdom has maintained its voting position on this resolution in line with our long-standing approach. We believe the Golan Heights, along with East Jerusalem, the West Bank and Gaza, are occupied territory, and we do not recognize Israel's annexation of the Golan. We continue to call on Israel as the occupying power and all actors to uphold their obligations under international law to promote peace, stability and security. That is why on the 9th of November we maintained our vote in favour of the Palestinian-sponsored draft resolution on the occupied Syrian Golan in 4th Committee. However, today's resolution proposed by the Syrian regime repeats much of the same language and adds nothing new. It is unnecessary and disproportionate. This additional resolution deflects attention from the Syrian regime's own criminal actions. To prevent further spread of the conflict, the UK will continue to invest all efforts for a political solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The UK will work with our partners towards a two-state solution based on 1967 lines, with Jerusalem as a shared capital, which provides justice and security for both Israelis and Palestinians. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom. We've heard the last speaker in the explanation of votes after the vote. The General Assembly has thus concluded this stage of its consideration of Agenda Item 34. The meeting stands adjourned.